And good morning, people. This is Saber Stitzer. I am the Virginia State Chair for the USA Powerlifting Federation, and I am also the meet director for the Virginia Mayhem meet that we are live streaming today. This is a two-session 60 lifter competition with the women in the morning session and the lightweight men in the morning session. And for the afternoon session, we have the middleweight and the heavyweight men. We are going to start promptly at 9 a.m. All I'm doing right now is getting the live stream started and handing it off to one of my referees to do some commentary. The plan right now is to have a lot of the referees rotate in through the commentary role, because not only does this give you, the viewers, a good explanation of what you're seeing on the live stream, what rules we have in play, how the flow of the meet works, why is a lifter lifting without a belt, things like that. But also it gives me an opportunity to evaluate the knowledge and the communication skills of the referees actually performing the commentary. But I am going to hand this over to Heather Grinkley now. She's a state referee and a top lifter. I believe she's 6th or 7th in the country right now. But pass it over to her to commentate the meet. I'm going to give her a few minutes to collect herself and get a break. We'll start the commentary at 8:45, so we can get ready to actually start the meet at 9 a.m. If you have any questions, I will try to monitor the chat. No promises on that, though. This production, while it's still just a local state meet, was like a 32-hour setup, and there's a lot of tech here that I got to keep running. So if you do have a question, drop it into the chat. We'll try to answer. Right now, this meet is being run at Rappahannock Strength and Conditioning in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Like I said, it is a one-day meet, two-session meet. We have the morning session starting at 9 a.m., and we have the afternoon session starting at 2 p.m. Hopefully this meet will be over about 6 p.m. tonight. If you have any questions, start the live stream. Drop it into chat. We'll respond as soon as we can. Otherwise, we will start the lifting at 9 a.m. and we will start the commentary at 8:45. Thank you.
Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
can I do things for the audience? First off, I thank you for coming up because these are your family and friends that are lifting here, and your cheers and whatever will help them lift better. Normally, this is an extremely loud and visual environment. We crank it up because powerlifters like really loud music, quite painful. However, at this particular instance, we have a special movements lifter as the first lifter here. So we ask that it be completely silent. So rather than starting out with a bang, we're going to start out. So when she comes out, we'll mute the music. When she's done lifting for a second lifting, then we're going to crank it up. But what you're going to see today here is really a passion project of mine. I've been competing for about 20 years. Not anymore because the joints are getting a little sore. But powerlifting is really just like every other sport in the United States officiating. The local level, you've got basically kids kicking around a ball of yarn on a soccer field. But when you get to the top level, you've got basically warming athletes. Powerlifting is very much like that, where if any one of the lifters today would compete at a local powerlifting competition, regardless of how easy they get on the squat or regardless of how hard they heave off the bench, they probably get white lights. And they do really well. And then they get ready to go to the national level and they get really scared because the officiating is really strict up there. That's what's wrong with powerlifting. Because how do you compare a referee that's only been doing this for 2 months to someone that's been doing this for 30 years? Like I've seen 10,000 squats. But some of these brand new referees have only seen 10. From a referee. So what we have tried to do in Virginia is really fix this sport. Where, to give you an example, at the beginning of 2024, I had 59 referees on the roster. Now I only have 46. Why the decrease? Because if they weren't able to operate at the level that I expected them to, they were honest. Sorry, we should see other or other people, whatever. The relationship is over. Because we try to enforce the rule book, not worry about repeat customers. What I mean by that is that the typical meet director in any other state or whatever is more concerned about repeat customers because you have to stay in business. You have to make a profit to be able to pay the staff money, pay for your costs. I don't do that. Last year I lost over $40,000 running meetings. I'm more worried about the experience and the spectacle than I am the profit. The video wall costs about $40,000, which is the same cost as new kitchen that my wife didn't get. And I'm running more meets than I like to watch videos while I'm setting up. But it's awesome during the meet. That's all that's important. But what you're going to see here, and this is going to be interesting, because at the local level, half of these competitors are first-time competitors. If they were in any other federation, everybody would give white lights, a happy medal, and a hug after every lift. We don't do that here. We don't do that at all. We are enforcing a standard that was defined by the rule book. Virginia meets are focused on the athlete, not the weekend lifter. Right? We're looking at athletes that want to start in progress to make it up to the national level or potentially the pro level, and know that if a lift that they get here would also be successful at the national level. There are some competitions where the officiating in Virginia is a little bit stricter than the national meets. That's because the national meets pull referees in from all over the country. Where me, being an anal perfectionist, micromanager, AED, OCD kind of guy, I personally trained all my referees. I've been an official now for over 20 years. I think my Cat 1 exam at Rappahannock this year, and all the knowledge that I received, I pass on to referees so they know exactly what a good lift is and what a bad lift is. Also, we do not over-officiate. For example, the rule book states that for a squat to be successful, it just needs to break parallel. It doesn't say break parallel by 1 inch or 2 inches or 3 inches, so a fraction of a millimeter past parallel, it's a good lift. We're going to do instant replays on the video wall. So what this means is that after every lift, the lifter just has to turn around and they can watch their lift. Right? So they can see, because this is off of this camera, if they can see their hip crease above their knee, that's why they got that red light.
Yeah, because you should be hearing yourselves.
Oh, man. Or a soft elbow or a soft knee lockout. But what you've got here is pretty much a small Broadway production that was set up by one guy and his daughter. This is about a 32-hour setup, but this is, like I said, it's a passion project. This is trying to give the lifters of today a better experience than what I had when I was competing at the multi level, because those competitions were just measurable experience. 3 people in the audience, the chief referee was the announcer, and the support were just horrible. This is going to be hellaciously a lot of fun. The lifters submitted 30 videos, which means that they will be lifting their video of choice or their song of choice. Some lifters didn't submit videos, so they might be lifting the Baby Shark, Barney, Peppa Pig, or anything else I feel like playing at the video wall. I mean,
I don't hear anything in here.
Like 4 dozen times that they still ignore you, there's a punishment. They were warned, and they still failed the mission. So enjoy the screen. We're going to have some fun. But we're going to start in about 3 minutes, 30 seconds. This is a local competition, so if you have a question, I'll be floating around. Just ask me, like, hey, why did that lift not get that lift? Or why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? We're going to start off with flight A. They're going to go through 3 attempts. Lightest, heaviest attempt. Then we're going to go to flight B. Lightest attempt, heaviest attempt, 3 attempts. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Then we're going to roll onto the bench. After the bench, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to roll onto the deadlift. We should hopefully be done by 12:30. And after the last deadlift hits the floor, about 2 minutes later, we'll start passing out awards to get you out of here, hopefully by 1 or 1:30. Because I have after the session to run, then I'm going to get all the status out of here hopefully before midnight. But if you have any questions,
And now it's screwed up. Who's this?
The officiating will be fairly strict, but as I mentioned, not really strict.
I don't know.
With a lot of first-time competitors, some of the mistakes that they will make are they will beat the referee's hand. So what I tell them is, do not think when you get on the platform, just react. But if they beat the command, it's an automatic red light. Or if they have, like, something bad, I'm just going to slam myself. Ego lifters, where they'll open up 5 kg under their personal best at their first competition. Not a good formula for success. Normally lifters open about 70% of their mouths. So I doubt you're going to see anybody squatting 900 pounds in this competition. But what I will ask you is that you cheer the lifters off, because it does help them to motivate them to be successful on the platform. And this is just really the first step that could be in a long road going to a national level meet where then it's real serious. But also, just because I am that overachiever kind of guy, I'm running a strength series in Virginia, which is an amateur, non-pro strength series for local athletes that culminate in a state championship at the end of the year. I'm passing out about $35,000 to local competitors. The top 15 docs, the men and the women, juniors, and the masters will be invited to this championship. It'll be up in Ratchet down in Ashland. I know. In December, but a lot of money for the amateur lifter, make a car payment or make a rent payment or mortgage payment. So we are going to start in less than 1 minute. Again, I hope you cheer the audience on. See for the first lifter. Get loud after that. But I hope you enjoy yourself. If you have any questions, let me know.
Check. Do this.
Check, check, check.
Said audio is low.
Yeah, we're working on it. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. God damn it. You can start talking on that one. And don't get the cables all switched up. Oh, it wasn't plugged in.
Okay, chat, let us know if you're able to hear us.
They're just working through audio issues. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. There you go.
All right, thank you guys so much for your patience. Sorry, we had a few technical difficulties starting off this morning, but welcome to the USA Powerlifting Virginia Mayhem powerlifting competition here in Rappahannock, Fredericksburg. So we have on the platform Valerie going for her first squat, 105 kg, approximately 231 pounds. And let's take a look. Looks like that was a good squat.
So, I just kind of walked in here, trying to figure out what's going on. I don't really understand this sport that much, so what is going on here? Do you want to explain?
Oh Lord, where to start? So what specific questions would you have?
Well, my question is, why are there people, telling them to start, rack the weight? Why can't they just go up and squat the weight?
So with powerlifting specifically, we always have to have a head referee that lets you know when to squat, if it's a good squat. It's very helpful because it helps them remember commands, and of course when they go to even bigger meets, they're able to really take the knowledge from all of the referees, which on the platform we have all national referees. So this allows them to get that practice as well. Now we have Rachel for her first squat. It's like same weight, 231 pounds. Ooh, that was a deep squat. Might have gotten a little too deep there. Got too deep in the hole, wasn't able to really come back up.
So at the top of the screen, I'm seeing that there's these lights that go off. At first I saw white light, and then I saw red. Can you mind explaining what that means?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
So white light means that it is a good lift. So you are able to have, let's say for example, you can have one red, one yellow, one blue, and 2 white lights. If you have 2 lights that are not white, then it would be considered as a bad lift. So depending what the referees are throwing, what color card, that would explain why they did not get the lift.
So what would be a good, a squat?
So good squat is anything that's going to go below parallel. So you want to make sure that your hip joint is just below your knee. Other federations, I believe sometimes they would have it at 90 degrees, but here in USAPL, you got to go below 90. That looks like a good squat to me. Oh no, it must have been, it can't tell.
An example of not going below parallel.
Yes. It's hard to tell on these colors whether they're throwing a red or a yellow.
What is a yellow?
Oh, yellow could be a number of things. Yellow could be a fail of the squat. It could be stepping backwards, the bar rolling. It could be any of those. That looks like a nice deep squat for Morgan. Awesome. That was a good squat. Next up on the platform, we have Paige, women's raw junior. First squat, 112.5 kg. So approximately 248 pounds for her.
So I'm noticing that the lifters, they have their first attempt here. What happens if they, miss their first attempt? What would you recommend that lifter do?
So if they miss their first attempt, they can retake that same weight, but they cannot go down. So they can go up or keep the same weight. So they can go up by either 5 kg or they can go up by 2.5 kg.
I guess the strategy would be to, open up at a lighter weight, make sure you get that first attempt, and then for your second attempt, you're able to go up and try and push for like a 1 rep max.
Exactly. So your first attempt, it should feel kind of like warm-up weight. Second attempt should feel not necessarily as a struggle, but you still have a lot more in the tank. Your third attempt should really be, we almost had a mishap on the platform. I'm glad she's okay. Third attempt should really be like you're really grinding it out.
Right.
All right.
So they had, right, 2 highlights over the beach, right?
Yeah. So 2 white lights is still a good lift. Next we have Camilla on the platform, women's raw junior, going for her first squat of 137.5 kg, approximately 303 pounds. This is for sure a really good opener attempt. Taking her time, settling under the bar. Good walk out.
I see that there's a timer on the clock, or on the screen back there. What is
Yes.
that?
So the timer on the clock, that's the time that they have from when they call the bar is loaded. Now I have seen in the past where some people do time out. So you have to complete the lift as well within that time frame. And if you don't do that within that time frame, then it is considered all red lights. All right, so now we have Katrina taking the same weight. That was really easy. I love her bow. It is so cute. Anastasia. Looks like taking a platform. Second attempt. 50 kg. And this one is Women's Raw Special Olympic.
Thank you.
So head ref pretty much was just making sure that the bar is centered. And she likes to squat in silence. I am here for it. Great focus for her. Perfect. That was really good depth on that one. Oh, maybe not. That was surprising. Well, we are only getting the angle from the head ref. So looking at the head ref, the head ref threw a white, and for me it looked like it was a good lift as well. I'm not sure what the judges were seeing from the side. We have Jada under the bar. So you see how she had missed her first attempt at 75 kg, so she's retaking it for a second time.
Doesn't want to go too heavy. Make sure you get that solidify a total.
Exactly. That was a good one there.
I saw Rachel
Yes, so Women's Raw Junior is anybody that is between the ages of 20 and 23. Under that, then they would pretty much be considered like the team category. So after 23, once you hit 24, you're going to be in the Raw Women's Open.
Also seeing that there's a number right beside it. Are there different weight classes within the sport?
Yes. So the 65 that you're seeing next to the Women's Raw Junior is going to be that weight class. So 65 kg is approximately like 143 pounds.
So people are competing within their weight class, correct?
I'm sorry?
Are people competing only competing with people within their weight class? Or is there like a system where that they're competing with everybody else?
So they're pretty much competing in only their weight class. But if they're competing in like Raw Junior or Raw Teen, then they're competing within their weight class and within their actual division. So like with this one, she is a Women's Raw Open powerlifter. It's like Hayes. It's going for 220 pounds. I don't think your audio is picking up. Because I think yours is on this side.
Can you not hear me in your mic?
Is it some unit, right?
I see someone in the chat.
Okay.
If you can hear me, please say something in the chat.
Hey Chad, we need your guys' help. I have my co-host here, Colin. Can you guys able to hear his mic at all? Or are you only able to hear mine? Colin, try saying something.
Hello?
Are you guys able to hear Colin at all?
I think there might be a lag. It takes a little bit.
All right. We're gonna have to figure out some technical difficulties for calling, so I need you guys to hear his questions. We have Lena under the bar. Okay, let's see what the call is. All white lights. Good squat. All right. Thank you, chat. We're gonna try to get this figured out for you guys. Thank you so much. Oh, they're hearing static. I don't know why. Oh no. Yeah.
Replace the bar.
All right. Tiffany under the bar. See how this moves. All white lights. Good squat. Next up, we have Rachel. Nice sparkly belt there. Good walkout. Yeah, I think she might have jumped the command there because she started to walk forward before she called the bar to rack.
Oh, so has to wait. The judge tells them to come rack the weight.
Yes. It's very much when the bar is loaded, you go under the bar, walk it out. The ref will tell you to squat, so you squat to depth standards, and then you stand up, and you have to hold your position there and be completely still, knees locked, and you have to wait for the ref to tell you to re-rack the weight. So I think what happened there is that she just anticipated the re-rack a little too early.
Right.
Okay, Valerie under the bar. Block knees again. So doing the countdown because she has about 18 seconds to get this bar up and to have this lift completed. Looks like a deep squat there. Let's see what the judges say. All right. So it looks like there was a blue thrown there. So it could have been that she didn't have her knees completely locked when she stood up. Now we have Nia under the bar with 115 kg, which is approximately 253 pounds. See how that moves. Out 3 right lights. All right, next we have Morgan, 120 kg. And we're gonna try to bring Colin in again to see if you guys can hear him.
Saber said I need to talk like the man.
So just let us know if you guys are able to hear him or if it's still staticky.
Very solid second.
3 right lights. You feel you're catching on to the lights and what they mean?
I think so. First time I've ever seen this. So really starting to understand it.
Well, I am here in case there's any questions. I don't know if we had a chance. I'm Heather Grakely. I'm one of the state reps here, and Colin is one of the spotters and loaders. So we're going to be here commenting on the live stream today for squats.
Second attempt for Paige Gonzalez. 120 kilos or 264 pounds. A lot of weight.
Oh, yeah. And she's only a junior. I don't think I was lifting this much when I was her age.
I've never lifted in my life.
Yeah. Looks like head nod. Looks like she knew it. Good lift. Okay. Thank you so much for letting us know if you're able to hear him or not.
Talk louder.
All right. Is your thing turned up all the way?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, he has his mic full power now. Let us know if you can hear him. We have Margaret for a second attempt, 130 kg. Women's raw open, 52 kg. This is a lot of weight for her weight class. Good, solid walkout.
Margaret Cooper.
Let's see how that moves. 3 white lights. Good lift. Up next, we have Katrina. Second attempt, 142.5 kg. Okay, bar is loaded for Katrina. Love the music choice there. Can't go wrong with My Chemical Romance.
Hello.
That looked like a good lift. Oh, no. She got depth called on that.
I got a new mic. I can hear myself now. Feels weird.
See, I can't hear myself. You got a better mic than me now.
I hope so.
All right, ladies and gents, Colin is back in action. Better than ever now. You guys
I got a
can
new
finally
mic.
hear him.
I feel like a new man. Got Camila Aska, second attempt, 319 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
It's pretty good weight. It's a good walkout. That was light.
2 white lights, that's all you need.
She got called on depth from the, well, if you're looking at the screen, it is the right referee. And these are national refs. So they would know what they're talking about, what they're looking for. There must have been something there with the depth on that side. Just one hip. And that's okay. She still got a good lift. Okay, they can hear you good now.
Thank you, Jaden. Appreciate it. Now we're starting with third attempts. This is where the hype comes, apparently.
That's what they all say.
Apparently.
Let's see what the call is. I think that was 3 white lights. I think that was a good lift. Last attempt for all of our lifters here. 82.5 kg for Jada.
Jada Banyan Plus? Plus in her name?
I think it's Jada.
Yeah,
Jada
the plus
Brennan.
in her name.
Oh. You know, that's different. She's only between 16 and 17 years old. That is insane. Good lift, good lift. All right.
Oh, look, third attempts. We also have music in the background. I think I've seen this on Instagram. One of the things about USA Virginia, we have a video screen where lifters are able to put their own music videos in the music when they're lifting, so that when they take off their headphones and go onto the platform, they're able to still hear their own music.
All right. She needs this to stay in the game. All right. Let's see how that looked.
Look at a very
I
solid.
really hope that was a good lift. Oh. Oh, no. She is unfortunately going to be disqualified. So what happens is that when you get three failed attempts in a row, you're disqualified from the meet. Now, however, you can still continue to lift in the meet. It just won't count towards your total.
Right.
So if you want to do a personal best or a personal record, anything like that, you can still continue lifting. But unfortunately for her, she's not going to be able to add anything to her total.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But
It
we
happens.
have a standard, right?
It's happened to me before when I first started out powerlifting. I got disqualified for no lifts on squats. Squats is a challenging lift. Just when you think you've gone low enough, you just want to go a little bit lower.
Well, you know, sometimes you take losses, use it as for wins in the future.
Yeah.
So it's a learning experience.
Oh, I'm sure.
You got Hayes, third attempt, 105 kilograms. That's what,
Let's
231
see.
pounds?
Oh, let's fight. Oh, she couldn't get out of the hole.
There's still a lot of weight.
That's going to be no lift for her, but that was a great fight towards the end.
You have Lena Hamad doing the same weight.
Third attempt for Lena. Women's Raw Open, 65 kg.
Come on, Lena.
She is fired up. Matches with the red she got on there. Love to see it. Good fight. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, she knows it. Good lift. All right, so in the chat, looks like we have Trev. What she get hit on? Are you referring to the young lady that got the 3 reds? Please let us know. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
We have Rachel Gilbert, third attempt. Still going up after missing her first 2 attempts. And she needs to get this in order to stay in the meet. So, let's go, Rachel.
She also needs this one. Come on.
Come on, Rachel.
I don't think she got depth on that one, but I could be wrong. Oh, no. We have another one that got bombed out. Trev, yes. So she bombed out. So she got 3 reds. So with the reds, that means that she did not go. She did not go below parallel. So there was something that the judges saw from the head ref and the 2 side referees as well, that she did not go below parallel, unfortunately. You can see where they scored on lifting cast. So if you go to lifting cast, make sure you click on the one that is the USA Powerlifting Virginia Mayhem, and you'll be able to see the scores on there.
The website is liftingcast.com. You'll see live updates of all the results on the site. So whatever's happening in real time will be updated on this site. So you'll be able to see, what the scores were, what results they got for each lift, as well as the reasons for what lights or what, why they got the lift or why they didn't get the lift.
Well said.
Sorry, it feels weird to talk because it's like I hear my voice and it's like lagging a little bit.
Oh, no. Can't win them all. All right, we have Valerie. What is this called? Is it dubstep?
Dubstep?
I think that's what it's called. Can you
Techno,
guys, what is this music
dubstep,
called?
EDM.
I like it.
It gets people in the zone.
Good fight.
Trev said, I'm a powerlifter from Pennsylvania. Got a homie competing today. Shout out Pennsylvania. I was in Philly last weekend. Got me a cheesesteak. Wouldn't live there, but shout out Philly. We have Morgan Christensen, third attempt, 125 kilograms, 275 pounds. What is this, Disturbed? Yeah. Down with the Sickness. Plays this song all the time. Or not bad, not Down with the Sickness. I don't know, they all sound the same.
All right, so I see in the chat we have some questions about the criteria for scoring. Looks like you said you keep seeing some good squats that are getting red. Yeah, so with the squats, from our point of view, we can't really tell 100% why they are getting the red. The reds would mean that they're not hitting depth. So the side referees would be able to have a better judgment of what that looks like versus our angle. So from a viewer's perspective, it could look like it's a good lift, but it could be something very slightly off that the side refs are seeing as well. Looks like a good
Solid
lift for
squat
Nia
from
Jones.
Nia.
I think we're having some technical difficulties with the lights and who's coming up with the screen in the back. Unless they're supposed to be like that, which is very possible as well.
They usually don't show the lights on third attempt. Supposedly. I've never been here before.
And as you see, she has her bar like inward. So some people like that. That way they can get closer to the grip that they're wanting to do on their back.
Paige also squatting 125 kilos, 275 pounds. See what she does.
Good.
Very easy for a third attempt. Definitely had a lot more in the tank.
3 ray lights for Paige. That was a good lift.
Margaret Cooper, 137.5 kilograms, 297 pounds. Yes. At 52 kilogram body weight. That is a lot of weight.
Oh, this is the dog that's in the group chat. Margaret has
Almost 3 times body
some
weight
fans
squat.
out there. Ooh.
Very solid third attempt.
Let's
To
see
see the
if she
judges
got
say.
that dog in her. Good lift.
3 right lights from the judges.
I wonder if this was a PR for her. All right, Katrina, she has the bow back. Taking the same weight as last time. See what she gets there. 3 right lights, good lift.
Very quick third attempt. Definitely have more in the tank.
We got Camilla up on the bar. 150 kg. Inspirational music in the background. Gotta love it. All right. Let's see what Camilla got on this one.
150 kilograms.
I think that's roughly what, like 300?
331.
330, something like that.
Very solid third attempt. Let's see what the judges
Oh,
say.
I think she had more in her.
500 dot lift is What is a dot? What are you talking about? Start talking about 500 dot. What does that mean?
Oh, so dots is pretty much, so you're taking the entire, it pretty much takes your best lift for all of the lifters, for all of the lifts, and you add that up and it equals to a total of kg, and that translates into USA Powerlifting use dots as a score, which is based upon your weight class and as well as how much that you're lifting. So if somebody's getting 500 plus dots, that's pretty impressive.
Wow. Oh, we got Pierce, Keatsman, youth 8 to 9. Wait, so we can have it.
That is insane. I'd love to see the youth lift.
That is amazing. We have 8 and 9-year-olds competing. When I was 8 or 9, I was like playing Mario Kart.
Good
I
lift.
was not lifting. That's insane.
Thanks, Chad. The brain is frying today. It's too early.
Next we have Trinity, 60 kilograms. £132.
Bar is loaded for Trinity. Taking the first squat, 60 kg.
Can the chat hear the music?
I'm sorry?
Can the chat hear the music? I hear like a Rick Roll remix of Nirvana. What is going on? Next we have Amanda Carey opening up at 97.5 kilograms, 214 pounds. One thing I wanted to ask was, what is all this gear that they're wearing?
So oh, okay. Walkout was a little shaky. Very light.
Yes, this is, it's not a different group based on weight or by age, it's just another flight. From my understanding, typically lifters in this similar weight classes lift in a certain group, so also known as a flight. So typically, like, lighter women will lift in a flight. Next you have heavier women and lighter men in a flight. And then in the afternoon, we'll have heavier men and then the super heavyweight men, lift in a flight. Just so that typically they lift around the same weight. It's easier for the spotters and loaders to load the weight because you don't want someone, lifting 130 pounds and then the next lifter go up to 600 pounds, right? You want the weight to be somewhat similar so that the spotters and loaders can progressively load the weight and have a easier time loading it. So that is the reason why there's different flights, and then we have them in similar weight classes.
Well said.
Allegedly. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you're 100% right. This is a different flight. Wow, no knee sleeves. I'm impressed.
What does a knee sleeve do? What is a
So knee
point of
sleeves,
that?
it acts like a support for your knees. It's just like with Raw. You have some people that might use wrist wraps or a belt. You have some people that won't. It kind of helps alleviate the pressure of your joints. So it's not necessarily helping you, like, it helps you lift more weight at the same time, but it's not something that's like a full, complete advantage. Most importantly, it's protecting your joints as well at the same time.
Right. Solid opener from Bryce. Let's see what the judges say.
So that looks like yellow.
Lights.
It looks like she kind of came up on her toes a little bit. Yeah, you're seeing the replay in the background. Looks like she came up on her toes just a little bit. But that's okay. As long as she fixes that, then, she should be good because it came up, which is important. She just has to make sure she plants her feet into the ground. And most importantly, you want to make sure you can dig those toes into the ground.
Would they tell the lifter what they did wrong?
Sorry?
Will a lifter be able to know what they did wrong so that they can fix it for the next attempt?
They would only know if they asked the referees directly what they did wrong, or the coach would also tell them why too.
Interesting.
Wow.
Drew Perry.
Speedy.
Very quick opener.
Good
Drew,
lift
I
for
like.
Drew. All right, chat, you are very welcome. Again, please feel free to ask any questions, and we'll try our best to answer.
Zanny Harvey, 117.5 kilograms.
Ooh, nice and deep. She jumped the command, I think. started moving before the ref called her to re-rack it. It was like maybe a split second. Again, just kind of fixing those little tweaks, and she should be good for the next one.
So if I wanted to compete in this meet, what am I allowed to wear?
So you're allowed to wear a singlet, of course, that is IPF approved. You're allowed to wear a t-shirt underneath. You're allowed to wear knee sleeves. You cannot wear knee wraps. That's only for equipped, which is a whole different thing to talk about. Of course, you can wear squat shoes, socks. You can wear socks as well, and you can wear wrist wraps also. And of course, a belt that's approved. It can't be more than, I believe, 7 millimeters thick.
Interesting.
I think that's for the knee sleeves. I can't remember. Pretty sure it's for the knee sleeves.
Right.
But of course, the knee sleeves have to be a certain thickness as well. Can't be too thick.
Here we have Abe Jaspin, 157.5 kilograms.
And this is pretty good weight.
I don't know what that is in pounds. Oh, 347 pounds.
And he's a teenager lifting this. That's insane.
Look at that.
Nice and strong. You ready, lights? Good luck.
Very solid opener. Very short. Very quick. Next we have Gavin Smith, open up 160 kilograms. As you can see, the opening weights are progressively getting bigger, typically by like 2.5 or 5 kilograms. Just make it easier for the spotters and loaders to load the weight, make it quicker, make the meet go by faster.
Oh, same thing. Knees are locked. And I'm surprised he has that bar that low. That seems pretty low because you're like almost in a half squat position when you're coming off. Oh. I have a feeling there's probably going to be a yellow light. Yeah. So he got all yellows because he needs to, whenever she says squat, you have to already be still. So he was moving himself after she said squat, like he was readjusting himself. But that's okay. I don't know if this is his first meet. It could just be nerves, you know.
Yeah.
So as long as he just works on focusing on that command and just maintaining his position all the way through and just make sure that you're completely still.
Should be good for the second and third attempt. Next we have John, opening up at 195 kilograms.
A teenager, again.
Squatting 430 pounds.
He's opening with this.
That is a heavy weight to open at. And it moved very well. Let's see what the judges say.
Good lift. I'm curious to see what he ends with if he's starting with this much weight.
Next we have Ethan, another Team 3, opening at 197.5 kilograms, 435 pounds.
Good Lord.
I couldn't imagine lifting that much weight in high school, or at least at that age. Probably college freshman.
Beautiful.
Like a very solid opener. Next we have Kenneth, squatting 205 kilograms, 451 pounds. Another teen, 18 to 19 years old. Where are they feeding these kids these days?
Bars loaded for Kenneth. Did you squat this much when you were his age?
I've never squatted in my life.
Oh, okay. It's the first time for everything.
But
never
if I
too
did
late.
start squatting, I don't think I can squat that much. Very solid.
Good lift.
3 highlights for Kenneth. 75 kilogram body weight. It's like 160 something pounds.
Oh my gosh.
Next we have Aaron Lamb opening at 245 kilograms. That's 540 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
If I could squat that much weight, you couldn't tell me anything.
If I could lift any of that weight,
I like
don't
the
know what I'd be
intensity.
able to do.
I love it. Oh my
Very
goodness.
solid. He's very locked in. 3 highlights. That we were on second attempts.
Oh, youth. So
Switching
when
back.
they have a youth, they typically will have a lighter bar. So they can request to have a lighter bar. Or they can request to have, I believe it's they can request to have either the same 45-pound bar, or they can have it a lighter bar as well, only for the youth.
Crazy to be lifting at this age. Look at that.
Good.
Very solid.
Beautiful lift for Pierce. He's going to be a problem when he gets older. If he's starting off this young, that's pretty
know, right?
impressive.
Next we have Trinity. Second attempt, 65 kilograms, 143 pounds. Let's see how this one moves. I know her opener was pretty quick. I think. I hope.
Yeah, you want to make sure that collar is on tight. That way that weight does not start sliding. Okay.
Like a
She
very
has a
easy
pretty
second
close
attempt.
stance. I'm very impressed with her squat.
Definitely has a lot for a third attempt. Let's see what she does. Next we have Amanda Carey. Second attempt, going up 5 kilos from her opener. Even though she missed it, I believe. Was it depth or was it a technicality? I can't
For which
remember.
one?
Amanda.
That was a good lift. For the last one?
Talking about
Oh, for the last one. Oh, for her last one. I was like, wait, that was a good lift. I believe
it might have been depth.
I can't remember if it was depth or if she jumped the call.
She definitely got depth this time. Let's see what the judges say.
She did a little pause
There
down
you
there
go,
too.
yeah.
Like, yeah, make sure
Yeah.
you guys call this. This is good depth.
Yeah, I was able to tell from the front, so just to make it undeniable.
Squats can really be kind of tricky to judge, especially on the side.
So we have Maisha, 115 kilograms. So we have a range of ages. We have kids that are 8 to 9, and then we have ages 40, 44. So this sport can be for anybody.
sure she gets herself set. Oh no. Ooh. Looks like she had maybe a slight misgroove there.
Fortunately, she stepped in front, had to
Yeah.
catch herself. Hopefully she can fix it for her third attempt so she's able to get a total for this meet.
I think she'll be able to get it on the next one.
Next we have Bryce. I believe Bryce jumped the rack command on her opener, so going up is still a wise choice.
That looked good. Hold it, hold it. There we go.
Three
That was
whites,
good.
very easy. Next we have Zanny Harvey, 125 kilograms, 275 pounds.
Let's go, Z. Good solid walkout. Oh yeah, this is lightweight for her. That was, oh no, what happened? I wonder if they would show replay.
I think she
So
might have
it
moved her
looks-
feet before,
Looks like she, I don't know if she would jump the
after they
cable.
called the squat. She moved her feet a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they saw there. It looked like red. It's kind of hard to tell like the colors from back here because the red and yellow can sometimes look like they're blending in together, but if it was red, then that was definitely called on depth.
Next we have Drew Perry, one of the many team threes in this flight. Look, a very solid second attempt. See what the judges say. 2 whites, that's all you need.
Looks like he got called on depth for the right referee. We have Niall now for his second attempt. Oh, he's ready to just get out there and just lift the weight. I am here for it. Oh. That was a very good spot. Would you agree? You're a
The
pro.
first half, yeah. Pretty low. It'd be good for Olympic lifting, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with his squat. I think he might have just probably lost the brace, or maybe it just wasn't fair. But that was a very good, very good catch for all spotters.
Yeah, Brandy, 145 kilograms, 319 pounds. First attempt was easy, so let's see what she does on her second.
Good walkout. See what Brandy got. That looked pretty light.
Looked very easy. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights, that's all you need.
Good lift. Again, called on depth for the right judge. But of course, as long as you got 2 white lights, you're golden. Good catch from the head ref. Somebody would have had an unexpected PR. or half of it because one side was loaded right and one wasn't. Let's see what Gavin's got.
Yeah, remember
Looks
Gavin.
like he went up from his first attempt.
Gavin did move his feet a little bit after the judge called a start command, so hopefully he fixes it. Looks like he did. Listen to those commands. Very solid second
Good
attempt.
lift.
3 white lights. Next we have Abe, 170 kilograms, 375 pounds, or 74, around that, something. Is a teen 2, 16 to 17 years old. I don't even think I could count that high when I was a teen 2, 16 or 17. It's a lot of weight. Very solid second attempt.
That was fast. Good lift.
Want to see what he does for his third. We have John jumping 15 kilograms from his first attempt to 210 kilograms, 463 pounds. Teen 3, 18 to 19. That is a lot.
And we are about 3
Where are they
people
putting the
away
school
from
lunches?
approaching our final squats. This is a lot of weight.
Yeah.
What is that, like 463, 450, 460 something?
Yeah.
You're the expert here.
462.97.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly. See what the judges
Wow.
say. Move quick. 2 white lights.
And that's all you need. 2 white lights, and you're good.
That is crazy weight. See what he does for his third attempt. I want to see that. Next we got Ethan. Or Kenneth. Oops. Kenneth, same weight, 210. Another teen 3. 75 kilogram body weight.
Taking his time. This is a lot of weight. So the next lifter also will be having the same weight as well. Come on,
Really?
fight.
Oh.
Oh. Excellent spot there.
I think that's a way you just got to reattempt. That third attempt height. Still get it, hopefully. You have Ethan Nguyen. 12.5 kilogram jump. Same weight. Another teen 3.
All right, Ethan, let's go. Sounds like Ethan has some fans in the crowd, too.
We also have some Ethan fans in the chat. Glad to see you all there. Solid
Brace.
walkout. See what the
There we
judge,
go.
see what the attempt does. Very easy.
Good. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white.
Good.
Very easy.
3 white
See what he does
lights.
for his third attempt. Got Aaron Lamb, 262.5 kilo. Jeez. All right. That's a jump. This guy's here to make a statement. 578 pounds. That is a lot of weight. Gotta have 5 spotters on him. 90 kilogram body weight. 198 pounds. This guy is. For a second attempt, I want to see what he does for his third. Solid walkout. Bro is locked in. Let's see what he does.
Fight.
Very
Good.
solid second attempt. Will he go for 6 on his third? We'll see.
Wow.
But we are starting our third attempts. Best part of the meet. where they get to play the cool music videos.
Final squat for this flight. Let's make sure they're finishing strong here.
Pierce, Avengers, remix of something. Go Pierce.
Now this is where the crowd comes alive. Let's go, Pierce. Let's go. Finish strong. Excellent. Oh,
Very easy third attempt.
that was beautiful.
Definitely had like 100 more pounds. Next we have Trinity. Her third attempt, 70 kilograms. That is I don't know. I can't do my math right now.
Bars loaded for Trinity. Final squat.
See what she does. Very easy third attempt.
That was good.
Definitely had like 200 more pounds. Should have done more. But going 3 for 3 on squat, not an easy task, apparently. Next we have Amanda, third attempt, 110 kilograms, 242 pounds.
Third and final attempt for Amanda.
Very easy.
Looks good to me. Let's see what the judges say. Good
She had a lot
lift.
more in the tank.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Both shows. You got Maisha. Clearly an initial D fan. One of the best anime out there.
See, I can't get into anime.
But you can when you have the 1986 Toyota Corolla drifting in Japan. This is fire. 86. Classic.
She's got to hit this one to stay in the game. She needs to take her time. Plant those feet. Embrace.
She has to get this in order to get the total. So everybody, she got to cheer on Maisha.
Take your time. Take your time. There we go.
Got the win. Let's see what the judges say.
Oh no.
Fortunately did not get the lift, but I still counted the gym PR.
C needs this also to stay in the game. Squats have just been brutal for a lot of people today.
Going for 130 kilograms, 286 pounds.
Again, it's hard. We can't see what the judges are seeing on the side. We can only see it from the front point of view.
That looked like very solid depth. Let's see what the judges say.
It looks good. She's still in it.
That is a good lift. So she still has a total and did not bomb out from the meet.
She is hype. what Bryce has.
Very solid attempt from Bryce.
All right, looks like she got called up depth for that one there.
Drew, third attempt at 135 kilograms, 290 something pounds, I think. No. Yeah?
So the head ref had to call Drew
297, yeah.
back.
Playing my GOAT, Playboy Cardi, I Am Music.
So when it comes to stepping out to the platform, you have to wait until the head ref says bar is loaded. You cannot go on that platform unless she says the bar is loaded.
Come on,
fight for the
Drew.
hole.
Oh. It's a little too heavy, but very
Almost
solid
there.
attempt.
He was really close. It's hard to make it out of that hole. When you get in that sticking point, it can be difficult.
We got Niall reattempting his second attempt weight.
Okay.
I think this time he'll get it.
Same weight. Needs some brace.
Taking his time, making sure to not.
Oh. I think maybe if, like, again, I'm not 100% sure if this is his first meet, but I think it might help if he had a belt, especially like with the heavier weight that you're doing. It will definitely help him brace more.
He also jumped 45 kilograms from his first to second attempt. I didn't realize
that too could play a huge factor.
Maybe he thought it was pounds, not kilograms.
Here for Brandy.
152.5 kilograms.
I think it's 336 pounds.
I believe so, yeah.
I only know because I had to do it in training for some sets and reps yesterday. I was hating myself. All
Very
right.
easy third attempt. Let's see what the judges say. Unfortunately, not a good lift. Judges are not playing around.
No, these are national refs. But one thing when it comes to national refs, they want to make sure that you're getting the full experience as well, because you don't want to go to a national competition and not hit depth.
Right.
So they're just making sure that, you know, you're really going below parallel, because you go to another meet, you don't want to embarrass yourself and go parallel and, you know, pretty much like practicing it the wrong way. Not saying that's what she's practicing. Anything can happen on meet day.
So it's good that these. Oh. Fortunate no lift from Gavin. Showing our spotters some love. Appreciate it.
Coming close to the finish line on squats here before we take our break for bench, and then you're going to have new commentators. So I hope you guys are enjoying us so far. We're trying our best.
You have Abe, 177.5 kilograms. I don't know what that is. But he saw the walkout. See what he does.
Ooh, good
Hey,
fight, good
that's
fight.
a grinder.
He
That is a
fired
perfect
up.
third attempt. That is a perfect third attempt. Then we have Kenneth retaking his weight from his second attempt. Hope you'll be able to get it. He has Limp Bizkit playing. You always have to do well when Limp Bizkit's playing. The camera is tweaking out a little bit.
Looks like we got
There
a
we
little
go.
camera problem.
Come on, Kenneth. Got Limp Biscuit. Come on, Kenneth. Oh. From the corner of my eye. Sadly, he was not able to get that weight.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Oh no, the camera was having a mind of its own.
We got Ethan. Third attempt, 217.5 kilograms. £479. Oh.
Final tip for Ethan.
Solid walkout, taking his time, making sure his feet are set.
Good brace. Fight.
Very solid third attempt.
Oh,
Very
he's
happy.
fired up.
I think he's excited. I don't know. Couldn't really tell.
That was
John,
a really good lift.
220, 484 pounds. Got La La Land in the background. Never seen this movie, but the soundtrack is really good.
Oh my god, it's amazing. You have to watch it.
I need to. It's one of my. I'm really bad at watching movies and shows, so. But I'll do it eventually.
If you like musicals, you probably will like this. And they're just really good actors too in there. This is very calming music for such an incredibly heavy lift.
Very heavy lift. But some people just like to lock in with calm music. And move quick. Let's see what the judges say.
So this is a state local meet. It's not a regional meet. State local.
Aaron Lamb, 601 pounds on the bar. That
So
is
even
a
though
lot of
it
weight.
is a state meet, you can still have national refs here. Just because if you're a national ref does not mean that you only can ref at nationals. That means you do have that ability to ref in states and at nationals. For example, I'm a state ref, so I can referee in any state, but I cannot ref at
Oh,
nationals.
man, it's locked
So
in.
it's pretty normal to have a national referee
Oh, look at him
in
go.
local meets as well.
Look at him go. Oh, man. See what let's hit this weight. He's locked in. Oh,
Good
man.
spot.
Really wanted to see him get that. The 600 is a lot of weight.
All right. So thank you guys so much for joining me and Colin. Again, my name is Heather, and my colleague here is Colin. You guys are going to be having new commentators. Thank you so much.
See you guys in 10 minutes. Don't leave.
But I think because now that I've done it once, I'll probably feel more comfortable. No, like me, but no, it's good. It's good. You're good, yeah.
Train the next guy. Train the next referee coming in. It's a turnover. Just figure out who's doing commentary. Correct. Yeah, well, I had the other guy kind of explain, just kind of comment on the, and questions about the lifts. Yeah, well, the reason why I picked bench because I want to learn as well. So yeah, so
Yeah, so just like ask them like, oh, what they're doing.
I got you.
Like that.
All right, awesome.
But the technical stuff behind it, it's like you money, and you should be able to do yourself. Like adjust the volume of
Okay.
what you're speaking. All right. If you don't know, it might be a little bit slight lag. So you're speaking, it might get a little bit easier to sound like you want. Okay. Like make sure you
So you know yourself. Okay. I'm Danny, by the way. How long do I have? I need to use the restroom.
You have like 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
9.
But it's pretty straightforward. Just like
Yeah.
keep you're gonna be like asking like
Yeah, asking about like technique or strong stuff.
Check, 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 check. Oh, wow. I'm still on.
So I've been muted.
Mute's right there. Check, check. Well, I just realized that my microphone wasn't on mute while I taught a new live stream commentator on how to commentate, so I do apologize for that. But we are starting with the bench very shortly. We've got music down. We've got Anastasia up first. And I will cut over to the commentators right now.
Wait, when do I do?
Check, 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 check.
Up next, we have Jada
That's on mute. Take it off.
in the Teen 2 16 through 17 at 52 kg class.
Hello? 1, 2.
Up next, we have Hazy. I'm definitely going to butcher these names 100%, so just be prepared. Hazy's opening with 42.5 kilograms. That is, it's around 95 pounds. Not too much we're looking for on the bench, besides the butt not leaving the bench, feet not moving. Natural curvature is fine, but if the feet move at all or lift, that's when we call it.
How much is the bar weigh?
Bar is 45 pounds.
5 pounds.
3 right light side is a good lift. We have Lena up next with 50 kilograms. Up now we have Tefani with 55 on the bench. What you're probably hearing in the background is chief referee giving the commands to start the bench. You have to be motionless, elbows locked, and then our side refs will drop their arms and our head chief will say start once it's lowered to the abdomen area and it's motionless, about 0.5 seconds a second. Chief ref will command the press, and then once we are locked out, they will get the rack command. Quite simple lift, not much to it. Up next, we have Rachel with 57.5 kilograms on the bar. That's 126 pounds. Rachel's competing in the women's raw open 65 division.
Tell me what happened here.
The head ref just had the lifter replace the bar and step off the platform due to singlet not being fully on, if I saw that correctly. It's just part of the rules, honestly.
Okay.
Just part of the entire. Yellow could be for a plethora of things, beating the command, specific movements. I'm not sure why they were given a yellow. We got Valerie up now, 60 kilograms, 132 pounds. Makes it look incredibly easy.
Lightweights.
Nia up now, 65 kg on the bar, 143 pounds. She's competing in our women's raw open 70 division. The weight is only going up, and they're only making it look easier. Good lift, that's 3 white lights. We have a sea of green for our bench as it starts. We got Morgan up now, 70 kg on the bar, 154 pounds. Pretty impressive, especially as an opener. Three white lights, that is a good lift. We have Paige Rosales up next. Same weight, 154 pounds. As a spotter loader, what would you say like the hardest part of it is?
I would say just remaining, making sure that we have the right plates on there and just keeping your energy up the whole time, because eventually, you get tired and it's hot and you start sweating. It's like another workout. But we walk in here, mentally preparing ourselves for the day.
Sure. That last squat was some big weight.
Yeah.
I'd be scared out of my mind.
Yeah, this has been my second time spotting, so
Okay.
it's really fun. The community is great. The environment.
Definitely a workout.
Definitely uplifting. Yeah. And I like standing up there and cheering on these athletes.
Yeah. We have Margaret up now, 77.5 kg, 170 pounds.
As an opener.
Yeah, she is incredible, incredibly strong at only 52 kg.
Ooh, that flew.
Insane. Up next to finish off our first round of bench, we have Camilla with 80 kg, 176 pounds. Easy work from Camilla as she ends our first set of bench. Now we're on to second attempts. Anastasia kicking us off with 30 kilograms, a 2.5 jump.
That was easy.
3 white lights. That is a good lift. Up next, we have another teen lifter, Jada, with 42.5 kg on the bar, about 93.7 pounds.
Actually, I just thought of another challenge, just having glasses and having when you're sweating.
No.
That
Nah,
was easy.
glasses have their disadvantages.
Yeah, because I was over there coordinating the height, and I couldn't, see too good, so I had to get up close.
Especially when they like fog up. I need like a windshield
Yeah,
wiper for my
exactly.
glasses. Up next, we have Hayes with 45 kg on the bar. She's competing in our Women's Raw Open 52.
So what does it mean when they talk about, like, women's raw, and what's the difference between all that?
So we have, you can lift equipped or you can lift raw. Raw is
What's the
no,
difference?
huh?
What's the difference between equipped and raw?
Equipped, you'll see lifters in, they have lifting equipped shirts. It's just,
Oh, like the single play ones?
yeah.
Okay.
Definitely not as popular as, I guess, when Saber, back in the day when Saber was a lifter, he'd see a lot, there'd be more equipped than raw, but raw is just, all you're using are your wrist straps, knee sleeves, belt, and that is all.
Okay. So they are allowed to wear a lifting belt when they bench?
And but you can if you want. I've seen it.
Yeah.
No rules against it.
That was easy.
One thing to look at for bench, especially with the rule changes, is their grip. I believe it's all pads of the hand have to be touching. I don't think thumb has to be wrapped around. Don't quote me on that. I might be wrong.
What happens if, like, you lift your butt? Why is that a red light?
What is it?
When you lift up off the bench?
When you what?
When you lift up your butt off the bench, why is that a red light?
Trying to figure out how to put that. I guess you get more leverage off of it. I guess you could see it as an advantage, like you get more push up for it.
Okay.
It used to be butt and head can't leave the bench, but they changed it and the head can come up. But as soon as you can see through the other side of the bench, that is when you call it.
Oh, that's a grinder. Oh.
Even if she had pressed that all the way up, it would have been a blue card due to downward movement.
Right.
We have Hannah
That's
Burkhart.
considered for all three lifts too, right? If once you make the downward movement, it's all three lifts.
Not a red card. For bench and squat, it's blue. Deadlift, I feel like it's a different card. Let me look.
You got it up. That was definitely a grinder.
Actually, bench and deadlift are blue. Squat, I reckon is yellow, perchance.
2.5 on the bar. Let's go.
Easy. Another thing to look at is the wrist wraps. Can be 12 centimeters in total length, 2 centimeters on the palm, and 10.
But they can't be wrapped around your thumb, right?
Pardon?
They can't be wrapped around your thumb?
No, you cannot have the thumb loop, and the wrist strap itself cannot be a certain length on your hand.
Okay.
We called one of those on squat, and usually the TC will clock it. Sometimes things just get through, especially on squat. We had another lifter who have longer socks under the knee sleeves, which is not allowed because it's like a double layer.
Right.
So just tiny things that can slip through. Oh, I think the butt raised on that one, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see. 2-1.
Up next, we have Nia Jones with 70 kg on the bench, 154 pounds.
Oh, that was smooth.
There we go. Textbook bench press right there.
Yeah, that was a clean work right there.
Oh, we got someone standing in the camera. There we go. Oh, nope, we're back. Huh? We can still see it.
Oh, that was easy.
3 white lights, that is a good lift.
I think she got a lot in the tank herself.
Got our spotters working hard over there. Not an easy job by any means.
All right, got Morgan here with 77.5 kilos.
We got Morgan Christensen. She's actually another state ref. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. She has so far gone 5 for 5.
All right.
We got Camilla Aska up, 85 kg, 187 pounds. We are hitting our highest numbers for our second attempt. There we go. I'm excited to see that third attempt.
Oh, yeah.
3 white lights, that is a good lift. Up next, we have Margaret Cooper. Women's raw open, 52.
In order for the ref to give the start command, you have to have your elbows locked, right?
Yep.
Yeah. If not, they won't give you the start command.
Nope, and they'll have you replace the bar. They'll tell you to lock your elbows.
Okay.
Saber he's very strict on bench, especially with the elbows being locked out. He always, in his rule briefings, he'll ask them like, oh, does this look locked out? And it's not, but that's just Saber's anatomy. He can't lock out for anything. Here we go. 3 white lights. That is a good lift. The lifter also has a minute on the platform to get the start command. So if for some reason they don't lock out and they still have time on the clock, they can get back onto the bar and try again. But once that timer goes out and you don't have the start command, your lift is over.
All right.
We have Anastasia with 32.5 kg on the bar, 71.65 pounds. That looked so incredibly easy for her. She absolutely killed that.
She crushed that.
3 white lights. Up next we have Jada with 45 kg on the bar, 99.21 pounds. Jada is another one of our teen competitors. Not our youngest. We do have Spencer, I reckon?
No, it's Pierce.
Pierce.
He's like a 8 and 9-year-old.
He is a young one. There we go. That's a good third attempt. 3 white lights for Jada.
She is crushing this meat.
We have Hayes up next. 47.5 kg on the bar, 104 pounds. Great song choice.
That definitely makes it lifting easier when you get the jam out. Some good
Yeah.
music.
Saber definitely knows his stuff when it comes to giving back to the lifters and making it an experience for them.
Especially you said that half of the lifters were first-time lifters. So I competed for my first time back in March, and it was like an experience I never forget.
Yeah.
So I can imagine, stepping in here with somebody who prioritizes their experience.
Especially if you're hitting a PR and having like your music get you through it. There we go. Good.
Yeah, definitely exciting. 2-1. That's a good lift.
Especially when you're at one of Saber's meets, he has questionable music, so getting to pick yours at the end, definitely a bonus.
Definitely keep the vibes high. I was like, it's definitely keeping the vibes up there.
And we got some good music taste out here, so.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, that was too easy.
We have Rachel up 60 kg, 132 pounds.
She's gonna attempt this one more time.
Rachel unfortunately did not get a lift in squat. So although she cannot compete for a medal, she can still finish out her lifts. What a blessing to have our spotters there, always keeping lifter safety our priority. We have Tefani up, 65 kg, 143 pounds. Another killer song from a great movie. Very impressive third attempt with 3 white lights to back it up.
Congratulations to Tiffany.
Up next, we have Hannah Burkhart, 65 kg on the bar, 143 pounds. It's always nice to have a cool spectacle in the background. Makes the photos even sicker.
Yeah. Oh, good attempt.
Anytime a lift is not completed or failed, a yellow light is thrown, yellow card.
And the yellow card means no lift.
Yeah, no lift. There's a lot of reasons to have a yellow lift. If you beat the command, on squat, if you're given the command and you change your position, it's a yellow card. But with all lifts through, if you do not complete the lift, it's a yellow. Another thing to think about for bench, once the bar is lowered to the chest, there can be no downward movement once given the press command. It's got to be straight up. On very rare occasions, it's not too popular, but they'll sink it into their chest and then push up, which is downward movement, theoretically. There we go. Come on, come on.
Yeah, when you think about bench, it's kind of like pausing a rep. You wait for the command. And then,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a pause rep.
And depending on the chief referee, could be a while, could be very quick.
From what I was told, I was like, when you bench, you hit your chest, and they wait for you to stay still. Then until you press, right?
Yep, you gotta press straight up. No downward movement. Just gotta go up. Only up from here. We have Nia on the bench, 75 kg, 165 pounds. There we go. Nia so far has gone 6 for 6. We have Paige up, same weight, 75 kg.
Starting to get heavy out here.
There we go. That looked more like a second attempt. That was too easy to be a third, but congratulations to her.
Congratulations.
Continuing 6 for 6. We have Morgan up next, 80 kg, 176 pounds. Up next, we have Camilla, 87.5 kg on the bar, 192 pounds. We're almost in 200-pound territory.
Good try to do it.
Fortunately, not a good lift, but a good catch by our spotters. Up next, we have Margaret Cooper at 90 kilograms, 198.42 pounds. Margaret is closing out our second attempt bench. Oh wait, third attempt, my bad. Unfortunately, it is not a good lift. But now we are into our second fight.
This is
Attempt to bench.
This is the youngest lifter here.
Yes, we have Pierce coming up.
So I think it was about like a month or two ago. I went to go spot at this meet, and they had a whole group of like 10-year-olds that came to compete. It was like the best thing.
It's always good to start them young.
Yeah.
Right now you can see our spotters changing the bar to a youth bar, especially when it comes to lifting casts, changing the not increments. There's a setting where you can put in the youth bar and it changes the weight for you, but it's very important to put it back so it doesn't screw up the other weights.
He definitely can't reach the floor like that.
We got some blocks on the
Yeah.
platform as well.
But they always have that option, right? Just in case somebody wants the blocks, right?
What is it?
They always have that option there for the lifters if they want to have the blocks there.
Yep.
They can't reach the floor comfortably.
We have 3 levels of blocks. We have the white, which is our shortest, red, which is middle, and blue, which are our tallest blocks, just to allow the lifter to get their feet on a good surface.
Oh, there you go.
3 white lights for Pierce, starting off strong. We have Trinity up next. 45 kg on the bar, 99.21 pounds. I believe there might have been some downward movement. Oh, I was incorrect. That is 2 white lights. That is a good lift for Trinity. Up next we have Z, 52.5 kg in the bar, 115 pounds. We've got some strong people on the platform. That looked insanely easy. Better see some weight on that bar shortly for Z. Up next, we have Amanda with 62.5 kg on the bar, 137 pounds. The weight is going up and it's going up fast. Amanda making it look easy once again. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. We have Misha up next. 65 kg on the bar.
He's here with the 65 kilo opener. Let's go.
That is a good lift for Misha. Up next, we have Now with 75 kg on the bar, 165 pounds. He is competing in our men's raw open 82.5 kg.
The weight's moving up pretty quick. That was easy.
Absolutely crushed that. Might want to up that height, but definitely a good lift. We have Bryce up next, 75 kg on the bar, 165 pounds.
Oh, that's another thing about the bench. When in the spotter, they have to adjust 2 of the heights.
Yes.
Yeah. You can forget that. It's easy to forget because you have that height and then you have the other one, and then like you have 2 numbers you gotta look at. You have to remember which side is which. That can be confusing. So I think with each lift it has her things. Like, you know, deadlift you have to bend over, put the weight on.
Yeah.
Squats are a little easier. You have to lift it up, put it on there. And bench is like, you know, in the middle.
There's so much that goes into bench.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Deadlift is the most simplest one because all you have to do is unrack the weight and put it back on.
Yep.
And just, you know,
Let the lifter do the work.
yeah.
We have Drew up with 192 pounds on the bar as a starting weight.
This is actually my opener when my first meet.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
It is some serious weight.
Empty bar.
3 white lights, that is a good lift. Up next, we have Abe. Abe is lifting the same weight as Drew, 87.5 kilograms, 192 pounds.
Very impressive for 16 to 17.
100%, man came to show up and show out.
Definitely worked very hard to get to that today.
Easy.
Yeah.
3 white
A
lights.
lot to think. I was saying, so he definitely has a lot to think left over.
Yeah. These headsets do not help. Can't hear over here. Yeah. We have Gavin Smith with opening with 90 kg, 198 pounds, and just 2 pounds short of 200.
Another teen lifter.
This new generation, man,
Yeah,
they're
this
not
is a crazy
messing
opener
around.
Right here. That was clean.
Unfortunately, that is not a good lift. Let me
What was
rewatch.
that? What was that? Another good lift.
Let
What
me
happened
rewatch that real quick. Could have been feet. I don't think he beat the command. Interesting. We have Brandy up next.
I know that's definitely an important part that you have to wait for them to say rec.
Yes.
If you jump the commands or if you press before they say press, it's definitely no lift.
Especially in the heat of the moment with the
Yeah.
music going on. Sometimes you just miss it, but it's a very key part.
I was talking to one of the lifters outside. He was telling me, he's like, once you're under the bar, he's like you don't hear nothing.
Nope.
But that's when you have to focus on what you're doing and listen to the commands from the referee, because if you don't listen to them, they're not going to give you a lift.
Especially at the end, having done all the work and beating the command.
Yeah, you don't want to jump commands.
Nope. We have Ethan up with 110 kilograms, 242 pounds. Another teen lifter.
Oh yeah, 110 opener.
With ease. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Up next we have Kenneth with 125 kilograms on the bar, 275 pounds.
The collars are 2.5 kilograms, right?
2.25.
2.25, okay. I always forget that the collars, they weigh something too when they put them on there.
Yeah.
They're pretty massive collars, but they definitely get the job done.
There we go. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. We have John up next, 147.5 kilograms, 325 pounds as an opener. John is also in our teen division, Team 3, 18 to 19. Easy. That is a good lift for John. And to finish up our first attempt bench, we have Aaron with 152.5 kilograms on the bar, 336 pounds. Absolutely insane for an opener. Looks like a warm-up for Aaron. That is 3 white lights, and we are on to second attempt bench. We have Pierce with 17.5 kg on the bar, 38.58 pounds.
This is our youngest lifter here. Let's go, Pierce. Second attempt right here. 2.5 kilo jump. Our youngest lifter here. Oh, I see they had to change the colors. They couldn't use the 2.5.
There we go. Pierce is absolutely killing it on the platform.
Pierce came here to
So
show
far,
us
6
how
for 6
it's
or
hard
5
work.
for 5. Up next, we have Trinity instant stroke with 47.5 kg arm. 104.72 pounds. Our chief ref is absolutely killing on the platform.
Catching that.
He's a national ref, very experienced. He's actually competing at Nats. I reckon we're just 7 weeks shy of nationals, but absolutely powerhouse. Not only in the chair, but on the platform. Great save from our spotters. Unfortunately, not a good lift. Up next, we have Z with 57.5 kg on the bar, 126 pounds.
5 kilo jump. Three white lights for Z. We got 2.5 kilo jump.
Up next, we have Misha, 67.5 kg on the bar, 148 pounds. You said you've competed once?
Yeah, I competed back in March.
Was it at one of Sabres meets?
No, it was a USPA.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What would you say the difference is between the two federations from what you've seen so far?
I do see a big difference, honestly, because their rules are a little bit different. Like, when I was competing, I got a red light for the bar path not going even. Like, I mismoved a little bit. On one side went slower than the other. But I locked it out. I got 2 white lights and a red one.
That's interesting. As long as the bar doesn't dip, one could be fully locked out and the other is halfway up, and it's still a good lift.
Yeah, and then they say if you move like one butt cheek or something like that, you know. And honestly, like, I feel like once you lose your leg drive when you're benching, like it's nothing back from there.
Yeah.
You literally feel like your whole, either your left or your right side, you feel like just go.
Yeah.
You feel like you have to lift your leg or something, or you get a Charlie horse or something.
Fair.
Yeah.
Definitely a bit of a difference from what we get here and the intensity we bring here, especially with our referees. Sabre does not mess around when it comes to training and
Yeah,
teaching
he
them.
definitely, like, before we even get into spotting, he makes it clear that, his priority is their safety and, to maintain their experience as the best as he can.
And Saber's very upfront with refs. If you're not 100% certain on a call, you give it to the lifter. Give the lifter benefit of the doubt until you're 100% certain.
Yeah.
Up next, we have Bryce with 85 kg on the bar.
Well, like, pretty much everything's almost similar, but the rules are a little bit different, though.
Fair, yeah. Different standard, of course.
Yeah. And I also see them, sometimes they get on the ground.
Yes.
And then look at, you seen that before?
Mhm.
Yeah, when the refs get on the ground to judge them and stuff. Oh, there we go. That was a 10-kilo jump, too.
3 white lights, that is a good lift for Bryce. We have Gavin up next, 92.5 kg on the bar, 203 pounds.
Yeah, but the meet I did, it was a pretty small meet. I think there was only 19 lifters.
Wow.
So it was pretty nice because, you were confident that you would have enough energy to go through the meet, because sometimes there's this other federation called USPC, and they can run up to 8 to 12 hours.
Wow.
So just imagine, like, having to maintain your energy through the whole day.
I
mean, I get burned out working 12 hours.
Yeah.
So, like, imagine having to lift.
I can't imagine.
And then having to wait, take your pre-workout or, have enough stuff to keep you fueled through the day. A lot of people like to make the rice cakes to maintain the energy.
Rice cakes are where it's at. Cannot go wrong with a good one.
Yeah.
We have Drew up next, 92.5 kg, another 203 pounds on the bar.
With bench press, something I've learned a lot is if when I'm benching and everything, I see how people arch their back. But it's just the way we keep it tight, I guess, when we're benching.
It's crazy how high of an arc someone can have.
Yeah, some people, they don't arch too much. Some people, they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes down to either moving the bar a few inches to one, compared to how good of an arch you're gonna get.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by the way some people arch.
We have Abe up now, 95 kg on the bar, 209 pounds. Another teen competitor.
Oh, that was easy. Excited to see his third attempt.
3 white lights, that is a good lift for Abe. We have Brandy up now, 97.5 kg on the bar, 214 pounds. And a good lift for Brandy. Up next, we have Ethan with 117.5 kg on the bar, 254 pounds. Again, another teen competitor, absolutely changing the game for these lifters.
He looks ready to crush this. Another team lifter here.
That is a good lift for Ethan.
Yeah.
Now up we have Kenneth with 130 kg on the bar, 286 pounds, just 14 pounds shy of 300.
Heck yeah.
Unfortunately, that is not a good lift and results to 3 reds and a yellow. We now have John up with 152 kg on the bar, 336 pounds.
Yeah,
Absolutely insane for a teen 3 lifter.
Definitely is big, yeah. I agree. Come on, come on. There we go.
And up it goes with absolute ease. 3 right lights for John. And our last lifter for second attempt bench is Aaron Lamb with 162.5 kg in the bar, 358 pounds.
Aaron here about to bench the house. He looks ready to go. Two to one.
And a good lift. I reckon he did get a blue card. That could be for downward movement. Starting off strong for our third attempt bench, we have Pierce. Pierce is starting off with 44 pounds on the bar. That is 20 kilos.
We're on the third attempt. Starting to get heavy here. Third attempt where we PR. We finished the last lifts. Oh, there we go.
Easy work for Pierce. That is 3 right lights. That's a good lift. Up next, we have Trinity with 47.5 kg on the bar, repeating her last attempt.
You know, as a lifter, I think it's super important to realize when to go up and when to retake your attempt, because sometimes you want to prove to yourself you know, you're a little bit stronger than you think you are, but sometimes it's just good to stick with it rather than, you know, risking, you know, hurting yourself, you know, try to lift something that's, you know, way too heavy.
Especially when we still have deadlifts, you got to preserve energy.
Exactly, yeah, that's another thing. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah.
3 white lights, that is a good lift. We have Z up next, 62.5 kg in a bar, 137.79 pounds.
We got a 5 kilo jump. Let's go.
That looks like a good lift for Z. Up next, we have Misha with 148 pounds on the bar.
He's going to reattempt at 657.5.
With absolutely fire graphics in the background.
Let's go, Misha. There we go. Let's see what the judges say.
And a good, unfortunately a bad lift for
Good try, Misha.
Misha. The fight was there, unfortunately. Not a good lift. We have Amanda up next with 75 kg on the bar, 165 pounds.
Amanda's coming in for it all. 75 kilos. Let's go. Oh, she lost her drive. Good work, Amanda.
Unfortunately, not a good lift.
We got Niall
Up next, we have Niall with 90 kg on the bar, 198 pounds.
Good job on the spotters for saving that. Let's go, big bench. Yeah, Gavin here, 5 kilo jump. 97.2, 97.5 kilos. Got another teen lifter here. Good lift.
For a third attempt bench, that looked incredibly easy. Congratulations to Gavin. For 3 right lights, we have Drew up next with 97.5 kg and 214 pounds.
That arch is crazy. That arch. Oh, he had that. Pretty impressive for a teen lifter. $102 kilos. Starting to get pretty heavy in here. Oh my God. That is incredible.
That is a insane third attempt. That looked like more so a first attempt, but 3 white lights. We have Ethan up next with 122.5 kg on the bar. That's 270 pounds.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. 270 pounds, 3 white lights. We got Kenneth here reattempting 130. 286 pounds.
We have John up now with 157.5 kilograms. That's 347 pounds. He's our second to last lifter. And 2 white lights. That is a good lift for John. We have Aaron up last with 170 kilograms. That's 274 pounds. Absolutely insane.
Kilos, 374 pounds. Here's third attempt. Slowly just auto lift.
get spotter loaders to the platform, please?
We want to really figure it out from the start of that dose.
Second one, it's 2 sessions, right? Yeah, but they're together, so it's like, let's just keep going. So like, I'll do squats, then I'll do slice and squat. Wait, no, down. Oh wait, yeah, it's both like I'm not in the break part. I'll do that. Deadlift. No, I'll do men's deadlift.
Can we lower the music, please? Thank you.
This is too close to the screen.
Kilos for Camilla.
Let's go, come on, let's go! Come on, lock it in! Let's go, Hayes!
30 kilograms worth on the bar for salary. Let's go, Valerie! second attempt has the clock for VA-2025-03. Second attempt, blue light, good ball. 160 on the bar for each row.
Miles opener with 135. Play close stance.
Amanda up next. All right, friends, we are back. Apparently, we've been muted this entire time, and yes, we were just talking to ourselves. Up next, we have Misha with 140 kg on the bar. Two white lights for Misha. She is rocking the unicorn socks. Lifters get those from Sabre if they don't have tall socks for the deadlift.
Up next, we have Bryce with 150 kilos for her first attempt.
Three white lights for Bryce. We have Gavin up next with 175 kg on the bar for his first attempt. Three white lights. It's a good lift.
I think Sabre pulled one of his Rick rolls. Brandy's up with 190 kilos for their opener.
Up next, we have Abe with 190 kg on the bar for his first attempt. 3 white lights, it's a good lift.
Up next is John with 210 kilos.
Three white lights, it's a good lift. We have Kenneth up next with 215 kg on the bar.
Kenneth with an opener of 215. Looks like a good lift. And Ethan's about to hit his opener of 217 and a half.
Up next we have Aaron with 235 kg on the bar.
Looks like a good lift for Aaron. And the last opener of the morning session, we have Drew with 162 and a half. Looks like a good lift. And now the spotters are changing out the bars for Pierce. He's a youth lifter. I think he's 9 years old. And his second attempt is going to be 52 and a half kilos. And it looks like a good lift. I'd like to think if I started lifting at his age, I'd beat Chris Bumstead by now. Now switching the bars back out for Trinity's second attempt of 95 kilos. Looks like a good lift for Trinity. 3 whites. Up next, we have Zanny. The spotters are loading up 120 kilos for her second attempt. And it looks like a good lift for Zanny. Up next, we have Amanda with 135 kilos. Good lift for Amanda. Next up, we have Misha with 145 kilos for their second attempt. Now, unfortunately, it looks like she bombed out on squats. However, most lifters, and you're encouraged to do so, end up completing the meet regardless. Unfortunately, red lights for her. I believe she was called for supporting the bar on the thighs, also known as hitching. Up next is Niall with 150 kilos for his second attempt. This guy's just going for it. Looks like he's got a double overhand grip, no belt, no baby powder. And he didn't need it. 3 white lights. Next up is Bryce, 162.5 kilos loaded for her second attempt. Unfortunately, I think her coach is standing in front of the camera, but it looks like a good lift. Next up, we have Drew, loading up 177.5 kilos for his second attempt. Got the coach in the way again, but let's see. Good solid fight. Looks like 3 white lights for Drew. Up next is Gavin with 180 kilos. Nice easy opener for Gavin. 3 white lights. Going up to Brandy. Second attempt at 202.5 kilos. think that should be 3 white lights, and it is. For their next attempt, we have Abe loading up 205 kilos, about 452 pounds. Pretty impressive weight for a Team 2 lifter. I definitely wasn't pulling 450 at his age. And it looks like a good lift. Up next is Kenneth with 220 kilos or 485 pounds. Another teen lifter.
Up next we have John with 225 kg on the bar.
Looks like a good lift for John. 3 white lights.
Ethan is up next with 230 kg on the bar.
Thank you. Spargo.
230 kilograms for a while by Ethan Diaz.
Easy second attempt for Ethan. He's 8 for 8 so far. Just one more to go.
Aaron's up next with 250 kg on the bar.
Looks like a clean lift. We got 1 red.
Moving on to our final attempts for the morning. We have Pierce with 60 kg on the bar for his last attempt. Three white lights. He's had a perfect 9 for 9 day.
at 97.5. And good lift. The next third attempt, we have Zanny loading up 130 kilos.
Three white lights, it's a good lift. Misha will be reattempting 145 kg. Unfortunately, not a good lift. She was called for supporting on the thighs, and it looks like either soft knees or the knees not being locked out and the shoulders not being locked out. One of those two.
Up next is Amanda with 145 kilos for her third attempt. That was an awesome grinder. 3 white lights.
We're going to a final 10 lifts of the morning session. Mile up at 152.5 kilos.
Unfortunately, no lift for Niall. Next up is Bryce with 175 kilos for her third attempt.
385 pounds.
Three white lights, it's a good lift.
Up next is Gavin with 190 kilos for his third attempt.
Three white lights. We have Drew up next with 190 kg on the bar.
Next is Drew. Very close grinder. The judges say 3 whites. split, 2-1.
We have Abe up next with 217.5 kg on the bar. He's had a pretty good day so far, so let's see if he can finish it out strong. Three white lights. He's had a 9 for 9 day. Kenneth up next with 230 kg on the bar.
Looks like an easy third attempt for Ken.
Three white lights. Three white lights for John.
Second to last lifter of the morning session is Ethan with 245 kilos. He's going for a 9 for 9 meet. So let's see if he gets this. Lift for Ethan. 9 for 9 today.
You spent half that flight looking at a lifter's ass. I don't expect you to know how to use this. But I expect you to say, hey, what?
I think Saber's mad at us.
Click on it. Send it over. Like I said, I don't expect you to know how to do this. Ask like, hey, what the fuck?
Three white lights for Aaron. And that concludes our morning session. We will be doing awards, so stay tuned. But thank you for joining us.
So, we'll stand out right here. The worst case, you walk all the way up. We'll go. As soon as we're out, right, less. Right. There is people right here. We can talk about it. We go all the way back to the bottom of so it's a full circle. We're going to go here. Alright, we're going to go here. Moving all the way to this. Does that make sense? Question. Awesome. We're going to have to who's going first. Like, you got to back. So, I'm going to get you right here. Breathe. I want you to stand with something. Stop the breathing. And it's the first row. My hair. So, you're going to say also. This way, once the temps are plugged in, you walk all the way back here. Yeah. Sorry. Then you're going to walk all the way back here. Questions?
Okay, for the audience, can I have your attention, please? My name is Saber. I am the Virginia State Chair for USA Powerlifting, and I'm the agent to put all this on. The quick story is that powerlifting as a sport is just screwed up at the local level because a lot of meet directors are just making profit. There's no money in powerlifting. It's just that simple. This isn't bodybuilder or anything. So when I competed, the competitions below me were really, really sad, miserable experience. When I had the chance to take over, I was like, I'm going to make this a motivation, a spectacle, as great as I could. So the video wall is about 40 grand. It's the same cost as the kitchen that my wife didn't get, but I was really cook much, and I just wanted to do it all night when I'm setting this venue up. And it's pretty cool because we now allow the liquid to take the videos. So not only are they walking after the favorite videos, they took walking after their favorite video. Additionally, after each lift, do it initial replay. That serves two purposes. So like when the lifter comes up, does a squat, they can turn around, watch the squat, and if they still see the we also use it as a training tool for the referees in case they might have missed or soft knees or something like that. So it has but for the morning session, we were really concerned about making sure that the advanced was, and it was awesome. So now we're going to have a little fun in the afternoon. What does that mean? I asked about 2 dozen times for lifters to submit their very meetings. Some people have like 4 people on the body. So I have a nice collection of Barney, Big Shark, and other videos that I'll play, supportive of videos. Thou shalt not do that. So if you see those, but more importantly, Powerlifting, just like any other officiated sport at the local level, suffers greatly for many, many years. Because how can you take a referee that's got a tremendous experience at the local level, and then have a lifter compete at the national level with referees that have been doing this for 30 years? You can't do that. That's what's really wrong for the sport of powerlifting, because lifters will come into a local event, they'll squat an inch high, stuff like that, get 3 white lights, and think they're doing great. Then they're going to go to national and they're going to bomb out because those referees up there enforce the rule book per the letter. So if you don't break parallel, you're not getting whites. If that lifter bombs out, whose fault is it really? It's the local meet director, because we set you up for failure. So it was very easy to achieve like the most spectacular beats in the country. You just throw a lot of money at it. The harder part was training the referees so that they know how to officiate at the national level. And after a few years of doing this, he's focusing on the referees. We have probably the best crop in the country. Where the lifters come to these meets, they are officiated to the standard. Then they go, when they know they get a lift here, or when they get a lift here, they know they'll get that raw national, which is so this is an excellent training tool. Those lifters will be higher. But for the weekend lifters, we enforce the rules pretty strictly. Meaning that if you don't break parallel, you don't get the win. So, those weekend warriors that are coming in here looking for an easy medal, hug, and pat in the back, and a good job, you don't break parallel, you don't get it. Unlike a lot of meet directors, the way that I run these meets, I'm not looking to make a profit at all. In fact, last year I lost about $40,000. All I care about is the experience. And I overpaid my spiral loading. Take care of your people take care of you, so no lifter gets hurt. But what you're going to see today is a lot of lifters, their friends and family, being held to an athletic standard of lifting. They get the lift, they truly deserve it. If they don't get the lift, well, they got to work hard. At the end of this year, I'm going to be running a Virginia Strength Series. Actually, the Strength Series is happening all year long. But at the end of the year, I'm running a Strength Series championships. In years past, I used to run Virginia Pros where I passed out all the money from pro lifters. The problem is that the amateur lifters have nothing. So this year, it's an amateur only Strength Series based upon local meet participation. Of course, if you compete in a meet like all the lifters were entered into the Strength Series. And the Strength Series Championship is going to pass out about $35,000 in cash just for being strong. That's something. Probably 36,000. Arnold, they passed about 35. But the top 15 DOTS scores, DOTS is a formula that really compares how much lifter weighs compared to what the lifter is. Top 15 men, top 15 women, open top 15 junior, top 15 junior female, junior men, top 15 masters women, top 15 masters men, all coming out. Compete down at Iron Guild Gym, Ashland, half-hour southwest, and hopefully win a lot of money. But it's really a labor of love in Virginia to try to give the best experience possible. If you happen to sit around for the morning session, you can practice. So the music will be painfully loud. If you have a small child, someone that hopefully bought noise canceling headphones, because the only place that will be quiet in this immediate area is that the park. The rest of it is going to be painfully loud. But what I will ask you is that if your friends and family are up here, please clap, please cheer them on, because it helps them succeed. Right? So that's what I'll ask. We're going to start in about 7.5 minutes. We're going to crank it up pretty loud. There's pizza up here if you want some. If you have questions, though, this is a local competition. So there's no jury here that we have to follow explicit rules. If you have a question about why lift was downturn, or why something happened, you ask the referee. We've got TC up here, scoring table, platform referees, and I'm going to be all around now. If you have a question asked, I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy the show because it's a hell of a show. But 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes, we're going to start kick this off. I hope you have a good time. All right, turn it up.
Right here. Stay right there. get ready to come in. Please start the afternoon. Welcome everyone to the Virginia Mayhem. I will be your master.
How do you know when the mics are on?
It is on. I'm not sure.
Talking to it.
Hello.
Hey, look at that. They're both on. Start talking.
That was no lift for our friend John.
So you've got some background audio here from the cameras, but you are primary audio. So when you see this spike up, you know you're talking. That's it. Go for it. You ask, what is sport of powerlifting? And you simple, back and forth.
All right, we got Jay Reed coming up with a 100-kilo squat as his opener. Let's see how he does. Down and up, and it's a good lift. 3 white lights. We love 3 white lights. Ooh, a Masters 3B lifter. That means he's older than 95 and younger than 70. 95, 65, and younger than 70.
How many different age groups are there in this sport?
Wow, that's a big question. It depends if you're breaking up the Masters classes into A and B. But you can be as young as 8 and I believe as old as 100. I don't think we've had anybody older than 100 compete in a powerlifting meet. There are 2 commands that you need to follow in the squat. The first one is squat and rack. If you miss a command, you will get a yellow card and a red light. Let's take a look at Tanner. Wow, undeniable depth on that one without those knee sleeves. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Yeah, you see some lifters wearing knee sleeves, but others not.
Yeah, the knee sleeves just kind of provide a little bit more support. These are all raw lifters today, which means they're not using knee wraps, but they are allowed to use knee sleeves up to a specific millimeter thickness.
Got 170 kg on the ball.
Nice quick walkout.
a smart move for a lot of these lifters, they're going to come out with their opener knowing that they can do it for sure. It's going to be a type of weight that they've hit in training. They want to be able to make sure that they can get a number on that board with their opening squat.
And how many attempts does a lifter get per?
Each lifter gets 3 attempts at each lift. So these people train for, months on end for 9 minutes on that platform.
And what happens if that timer runs out in the top right?
What?
What happens when the timer runs out?
Oh, if the lifter does not get the start command before the timer runs out, then it is a no lift, and it will not count. It'll count as if they've failed the lift. If it's their first squat, then they can take it again for their second, or they can decide to move up. That's the other thing with attempts, is you want to be kind of strategic when putting in attempts, because you can't go down in an attempt. So Caleb, for instance, is taking 182.5 kilos on his first squat. He has to take at least 182.5 on his second attempt. Given how fast that move, I'd say he should go up by a pretty penny, but...
How do lifters usually decide how much they're going to jump on these lifts?
It depends on how the lifts move, how the lifter is feeling, right? Sometimes you'll see somebody take a small jump and they're trying to be conservative. Other times an individual might be going for a qualifying total or to podium or something along those lines. So taking a strategic jump is going to be important for that kind of stuff. A lot of people will wait for the... Wait, let's take a look at a manual. Wow, that was fast. Yeah, a lot of people will make jumps depending on, how their lifts move.
Everybody having speedy openers so far. Everybody's having speedy openers so far. Everybody's having speedy openers.
Dude, you gotta talk louder. I can't hear you. We've got Anthony coming up. 205 on the bar. He is a 90 kilo men's raw open lifter. You'll take a look at his grip and notice his thumbs aren't on the bar. The thumbs don't count as a finger in squat, but you do need to have your pinky on that bar.
And is the rule for them to have their fingers wrapped around the bar or just in contact with the bar?
They have to kind of wrap around the bar.
You notice that he got a red there. Do you know what that's for?
He got a red, and it was a red. Let's take a look. It was for his grip. So the head ref might have seen something that we couldn't see from here.
Looks like maybe his index finger was a little too high.
Now, in order to get the start command, you have to be standing erect with your knees locked at the start of the lift. That grip does come into play with getting that start command.
And if the lifter doesn't get the start command, what happens?
The chief ref will have them replace the bar, and they will tell them how to correct their lift. At least at the local meet, that should be done in approximately like 5 seconds of them kind of just standing there. At a national meet, they have the expectation that you know what you're doing, so they will hold you for longer before telling you to replace the bar. The USAPL Virginia meet director and state chair is very proud of the way that he has trained these referees and, how they uphold the rule book and how similar it is to the national level. Xavier Waters, 207 on the bar. Nice 3 white lights. Beautiful opener. Wow, he's got huge quads.
Easy work there. Oh, he got 2 red lights on that lift.
And he was called for depth on that one, it looked like. You'll notice as we get closer to, or once we hit 500 pounds for the squat, we will need to have some extra spotters and loaders on the platform. This is to kind of ensure everybody's safety, the lifter and the spotters.
500 pounds is a lot of weight when you're walking out with it on your back.
One of the biggest kind of rules in powerlifting is if you fail a squat, you cannot dump the bar on your back squatter. And again, that's kind of to ensure the safety of the back spots. And the back spots are there to ensure the safety of the squatter. Wow, you would not have guessed that 500 pounds would move that quick. All right, and we are back at the top of the flight. So John is going to retake 95 kilos. The chief referee is just making sure that, the bar is unloaded kind of at the same speed because we don't want to accidentally tip the bar by leaving too much weight on one side. All right.
Let's see if John can come back and get his second attempt squat. Repeating the same weight at 95.
Let's see. And he was called for depth again.
So what are the different colors under the red lights mean?
So it depends on what lift we're talking about. Yellow is for all of the lifts pretty much means like, hey, you didn't meet the ramifications or the qualifications in order for that to be considered a good lift. One of the most common colors that we will see in squat is a red light with a red card. And that simply means that they did not squat low enough. So their hip crease did not break parallel. All right, we got Reed coming up next. He took a 5 kilo jump. Oftentimes you'll see the lifters kind of look to make eye contact with the chief referee when they are ready to start the movement or ready to get that rack command. You know, it's a good way to let the chief referee know, like, hey, I'm ready, like, give me the command. You know.
We've got a 15 kg jump for his second attempt. It's a pretty large jump.
That is a pretty large jump. That's about a 30-pound jump. I'm not used to lifting in pounds, so 36-pound jump? Okay. Nice.
It's very impressive to see these older lifters getting out here and doing what they can do on the platform.
All right, bar is loaded for Tanner.
Tanner definitely hit depth on that one.
For sure. 3 white lights. Uh-oh, got Baby Shark on this one.
Personally, I think Baby Shark would be a great song to lift to.
You guys can't see it at home, but I swear the crowd does vibe with this song.
And it seems like our lifter does as well.
Smooth second attempt. That video wall is one thing that is quite unique to USA Virginia powerlifting. Not every state has that video wall, and Saber will boast about it quite a bit, you know. But he chose a video wall for the betterment of the sport over a new kitchen for his wife. Let's take a look. Let's see what the judges say on that. 2-1, good lift. So he did get called for depth by that left judge.
Is it more common for the depth calls to be on the side judges or the front judge?
It's more common for it to be on the side judges because they can distinguish a lot easier where that hip crease is. Depending on the ref, some ref will sit in the, like towards the front side of the platform. And to tell depth from the front, you'll wait for that hip crease to kind of disappear below the knee. To tell it from like the side, kind of behind, you're gonna kind of wait until they hit that parallel point. Remember, you need to break parallel. The rulebook doesn't specify how far you have to break parallel. You don't have to squat as deep as you possibly can. You just have to be able to break even a couple of millimeters below parallel in order for it to be considered a good lift. All right, we got a 10-kilo jump for Emmanuel.
Just under 200 kgs.
Very smooth. Look at that big smile at the top. 3 white lights. He knew that was a good lift. There is a new rule with the headbands. Unless they're for religious purpose, a headband shouldn't be thicker than 2 inches. You're also not allowed to wear hats on the platform. And that extends to the spotters and loaders as well.
Oh, wow. We're getting
That was a no lift. He got called for depth by the front and the right side and soft knees from the left ref, I believe.
Is that what the blue means under the red light?
Yeah, so blue will mean soft knees, either at the start or the commencement of the lift. The chief referee will only give the start command once they have been signaled by the side refs that those knees are locked. Oh, this is the guy with the interesting grip that got called from the chief referee. Notice his pointer finger on the left side. It's kind of not fully on the bar, so we will see if he gets called for that. It's a little tricky to tell from this angle.
Well, he receives the squat command.
And a 3 white lights is a good lift. Sometimes the lighting and the camera angles can be a little tricky to see, and the referees have a different view. They are a lot closer. They can kind of take a look at everything.
Seems like the referees have a lot of different parts to look at in just such little time when executing the squat for the lifter.
Yeah. One of the things that I try to referee by is always giving the lifter the benefit of the doubt. So unless you are confident that they made an error in their lift, they should receive white lights. All right, we've got Benjamin with 220 kilos. Wow, that moved nice. A solid second attempt.
I'm sure he'll be making a big jump, maybe up to 230 for his third attempt.
I do believe this afternoon is all men and boys lifting, which can get pretty competitive among certain weight classes and age groups. So we have Xavier Waters squatting 220 in the men's junior 90 kilo weight class. Let's see how this moves. This is what is that, a 12 kilo jump?
12 and a half, yeah.
You'll notice that bar had some bounce. He was super springy out of the hole. When the bar moves like that, it's not counted as downward motion. You know, as a referee, you have to wait for the bar to settle before before giving the rack command.
Let's see if Dwayne can hit depth this time. Coming out strong.
Now, some lifters might have chosen to go up. If they didn't fail their first squat on strength and they failed it on depth, some lifters might decide to go up, and that kind of depends on whether or not they're going for a total or, you know, they want to push themselves. Like, it depends. Everybody comes into a powerlifting meet with a different goal.
Definitely moved quick.
And 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
There's kind of that thin area between the high 400s and the low 500s where there's still 3 people on the bar, so it looks like it get a little difficult out there.
We have a 10 kilo jump from Darius. His opener moves super fast.
Darius is ending off squat twos for us.
Solid second attempt. 3 white lights from Darius.
On to our third attempt.
And we are back up with John, who couldn't quite squat deep enough for his first 2 attempts. If he wants to stay in the competition, he is going to need to hit depth for this in order to potentially podium. Let's see. And the judges say I couldn't see the lights on that one. Let's take a look at the playback. Judges say that lift was good. Sweet.
Got a bunch of different videos showing on this video wall in the back here.
And that's a good lift for Reed. Let's see, we got a 5 kilo jump from Tanner. It's a significant difference between his first and his second jump. Let's see how this moves.
He did make a 15 kg jump between his first and second, which is rather large.
Now, a lifter might take a smaller jump if they're trying to play it more conservative and, you know, hold some energy back for the rest of the competition. They still have 6 lifts after this.
That might have been the deepest squat we've seen all day.
And the lift is good. All right, let's see how Benedict moves this. Benedict is our Masters 3 lifter.
Now, are lifters able to choose the video they listen to for their third attempts?
For their third attempts, yes, they are able to choose the video and the audio that they would like played. Again, that's something that's unique about USAPL Virginia that not every state has. Nationals doesn't even have that, right? Nice job, Benedict. Now you'll notice he kind of shifted his feet a little bit there, I think. So it's not a good lift. You can't move your feet. Once you get that start command, you cannot move your feet until you get that rack command. That's another reason why it might be beneficial to look at the chief referee to kind of signal that you are ready to start the squat and you're ready for that rack command. There are also photos and videos available for purchase by the Chaos Media team. So you might see some camera guys coming in and out of the live stream. Let's see what Trey Sean has for us with 187 on the bar. A bit of a push.
Good save by our spotters and loaders right there.
Now the spotters and loaders kind of have to wait until they get that chief referee's rack command. And that chief referee will let that lifter try as hard as they can to get that lift. All right, we got 200 keys on the bar for Jacob.
441 pounds for an 82.5 kg junior.
I do believe he got called for depth from the left referee on his second attempt. So let's see how he does for this. I don't know. Let's see. And the lift is no good. It was too high. So sometimes what we'll see is people will start to kind of cut their depth as the weight gets heavier. It's not abnormal to see somebody have good depth on lifts 1 and 2 and then cut them a little high on lift 3. All right, let's see, Caleb. 200 kilos. This is 2 times his body weight. This is at least 2 times his body weight. He could have weighed in a little light. He's in the 100 kilo weight class. Well, there was no question about depth on that one.
Now, when
And he
a
got-
lifter's in a weight class,
and
do
got-
they have to be under the weight, or is that the weight they are?
So they could be that weight. So Emmanuel is 82.5 kilos. He could weigh in at 82.50 kilos. He could weigh in at anything between 82 and the weight class below him, which is 75 kilos. If you were to weigh in at 82.6 kilos, he would be in the next weight class, which is 90 kilos. So we had a recent change in the rule book where there used to be 10 and 11 weight classes between men and women, and now there are 11 in both of them. Wow, big smile at the top of that one, and it's 3 white lights. It's a good lift. All right, David, see, this is the instance I was talking about. He failed his second attempt, but still decided to go up. And that bar is loaded for David.
David very focused on getting this lift right here.
Let's see. No lift. He was called for depth by both side referees.
Now you see a lot of lifters coming out with different brands and different apparel. You see some that say SBD, some that say A7. We've got some Exert.
Some technical difficulties with the camera, folks. Let's switch. All right, and there we go.
He received a good lift for that, it looks like.
You will see a lot of movies played on that screen.
Seems like throughout the day we've seen some common trends of some songs being played multiple times for some lifters.
Wow, Mans just did that whole squat with his eyes closed.
Definitely takes some stability to do that without seeing.
You'll notice that some lifters might be chewing on something, kind of like a mouth guard. Some lifters will clench their jaw during a squat. So they will use a mouth guard to kind of protect their jaw, protect their teeth. Some lifters will use an airway mouth guard to just be able to get enough oxygen in their lungs to kind of create a strong and stable base for their squat.
Speaking about mouth guards, it looks like Benjamin just put his in. Got a lot of young lifters lifting over 500 pounds right now. Now, are there any regulations on mouth guards that you can wear or cannot wear?
I don't believe so. I think that's kind of up to the lifter. I don't believe that there is a section in the rule book that discusses mouth guards. I think that's kind of the lifter's discretion.
Looks like Dwayne is making a 17.5 kg jump.
I do believe he failed his opener on depth, but it seems like he cleaned it up on his second attempt. Let's see how this third moves. Can you zoom out a little? Zoom out.
Each lifter has their own unique setup to get dialed in for their heavy lifts, it looks like.
You'll notice that some of the lifters have like a narrow stance, and some of them have a bit of a wider stance. This is to help ensure. His glasses did fall down on that one, but let's see if he got it. And 2 white lights. Unfortunately, it is not a good lift. He was called for depth by the left and the head ref.
It did move well for how heavy it was, though.
Yeah. Again, lifters will have different stances. Some might have narrower, some might have wider. That just kind of depends on their anatomy, what feels comfortable, and how they can achieve depth.
Darius is ending off our 3rd attempt squats for this flight. Let's see how this moves.
Wow, that was fast.
Seems like Darius left a little bit of weight left in the tank for that one.
3 white lights for Darius. All right, and we are starting back at the top of our next flight. So our first flight went through all of their squats, and now we are at our second flight. They are going to go through all of their squats, and then we'll take a 10-minute intermission before starting Flight A's bench press.
And our first opening squat, it's 358 pounds. That is definitely a very high bar to set for the first opener of this flight.
Stop what you're doing. You can talk. I'm just going to use the mouse.
Now we're already above 400 pounds. Now I see some lifters walk out with belts that have prongs and some that have levers. What is the difference between those?
To be honest, I don't know what the difference is other than like the functionality of it. They'll both keep the belt secure to the lifter. It's kind of lifter's preference whether or not they prefer something with prongs or levers. Levers are a bit easier to lock, but you can adjust a prong belt to get it a little bit tighter. And there's more versatility, so some lifters might like their belt really tight for squat and then looser for deadlift. And a prong belt allows you to kind of do both of those without making too many adjustments. Whereas the lever belt doesn't really let you do that. We got 3 white lights for that lift.
Andrew Pim in the men's raw open 125. What is the heaviest weight class in powerlifting?
140. Well, for men, it's 140 kilo. It's 140 plus kilo. To my understanding, there is no max on how heavy you can actually be. Now, I've seen Andrew Kim lift a couple of times at various USA Virginia meets. He got 3 white lights for that lift. He is a really nice guy. I've talked to him a couple of times.
This video wall is great. You get to look around after you complete your lift and see yourself lift in real time.
Yeah, it gives the lifters the experience to understand their calls a little bit more. You know, it allows them to see like, oh, that's what depth looks like, or oh, I can see the error that I made. Let me correct it for my next attempt.
And how are lifters able to know that maybe if they don't know the rule book, why they got a red?
Well, they can always ask the referee that gave them a red. In a competition that has a jury, you would talk to the jury to ask them. But given the local level of this meet, we don't have a jury. You can ask the referee themselves. And when in doubt, you can typically ask Saber if he's around. You can also always send a video to Saber if you're preparing for me and you're not sure if your squats are at depth or if your knees are locked out for your deadlift. You can send your videos to Saber and he will gladly review them and give you feedback. All right, we got Ian up here squatting 210 kilos. Look at that matchy with the stoic knee sleeves and the A7 singlet. That's a tall man right there.
I noticed some lifters will kind of get the bar lower on their back compared to some lifters who just put it right on the top of their neck or their traps.
Yeah, so again, that kind of goes with like the lifter's anatomy, what feels more comfortable for them. He got 2 white lights. It is a good lift.
Representing RCS, getting ready to squat 210 kilos.
Very speedy over.
A good lift. You gotta give it up for these spotters and loaders, guys. Not only are they putting these plates on and taking them off, but they are also squatting every time an athlete is squatting. You know, I know the spot load crew that we have on the platform right now. They also spotted and loaded this morning too. So they have been doing this all day.
And you can see they're still very energetic back there.
Yeah. You know, they're often giving these guys on the platform some of their energy too. Wishing them luck, cheering for them. You might not be able to see it, but they're hyping them up.
I can definitely say it's very comfortable being on a platform when you're able to have some people out there that support you as a lifter and just really push you forward to get that lift.
All right, we got Christian.
I noticed some lifters are lifting with a flat shoe and some have a heel on them as well.
Yeah, so again, that has to do with depth and what is comfortable for the lifter. You don't need any specialty equipment other than a singlet and deadlift socks in order to compete in a competition. Obviously, you need shoes, but you could wear any type of flat-soled shoe. Wow. That was quick. Let's see if you got it.
Only one red light.
You got a red light from the head ref and 2 from the side, 2 white lights from the side.
Which still constitutes for a good lift, correct?
It does. You only need 2 out of 3 white lights. Yeah, we currently do have 2 national referees on the platform and another state level referee that is planning on going for his national exam very soon. Or at least that's what a little birdie told me. All right, we got Tommy opening up at 225 keys.
Back to 5 spotters on the platform. Another quick opener.
Now, as a spotter and loader, why would you want to wear gloves?
Well, I can tell you the weights do get a little bit slippery sometimes when you're going back and forth. It is very hot in there with how many people are sitting in the small room that we do have. But they help just with a little bit extra grip, and if you do end up pinching your finger, it doesn't hurt as much when you have a little bit of padding there between the 2 reds.
All right, Michael, he's also taking 225.
Looks like he's only got 1 wrist wrap on.
Oops, sorry about that camera, folks.
I don't know if that's a stylistic choice, health choice, or an accident on his part. But
Right, so the only piece of equipment you are allowed to touch when you're on the platform is your belt. So maybe he was feeling a little rushed because you only have a minute to get that start command and didn't have time to put that other wrist wrap on. Wow, some of these names I'm not going to try to pronounce. I don't want to mess it up. He's taking his time getting into that positioning. Lock your knees. There you go. Wow, beautiful. 3 white lights, it's a good lift. I wonder how he felt about that one.
definitely moved quick, and depth was not a question on that. Even in the instant replay, he's moving quick.
Depth is probably one of the most concerning things, or like the call that most people get for their squat. So to be able to at least ensure your first squat is at depth, you know, is going to get you further in the meet. Let's take a look at Matt squatting 232.5 kilo, 512 pounds. And 3 white lights for Matt. It's a good lift.
Those knee sleeves on Matt look very uncomfortable. Very tight on his legs.
Did you say uncomfortable? Yeah, some people will size down their knee sleeves in order to make them even tighter on their knee. You might see somebody waddle out, keeping their knees kind of straight when they're walking out. You know, that's because these knee sleeves, it makes it almost uncomfortable to bend your knee. It gives them a little bit more spring out of the hole.
We've got Ty opening with 245 kg.
Now they do have a full minute once bar has, like the loaded bar has been called, in order to get that command.
It does seem a little bit risky if you don't get the start commands if you do take a lot of your time off.
And we got 3 white lights for Ty. It's a good lift. And we're back at the top with our second attempt squats.
I will say, for people who aren't used to lifting with kg plates, it definitely looks like a lot less weight on the bar than it really is.
I think that's the benefit of lifting with kilo plates is you can load more weight on the bar because the plates are thinner. They're a little bit denser. But this is almost 400 pounds. Let's take a look. And 3 white lights for Alex. So one of the cool things about these racks is that you get to change the height, and there's so much variability in how tall or how short you can be using a rack like that. You know, it's one of the reasons we use a combination rack in competitions.
I'd imagine a lot of lifters train with this competition rack as well, so they can get used to the equipment that they use on the platform in training.
Yeah, it is recommended to kind of train how you're going to execute your lifts, you know, and using a combo rack might be different than using a cage, and it might change your focal point or the way you walk out or the way you unrack. Oh, he's going to lose his glasses.
Oh, his glasses came off.
All right, he's good. 3 white lights. Wow, that's a really tiny jump. Let's see how this moves. 2.5 kilos for somebody that is 110 pounds is, you know, a very small percentage of their body weight. You'll typically see larger jumps for, you know, the larger weight classes. So, you know, who knows why he took a 2.5 kilo jump. Coming out with lots of energy, though.
Lifting is a lot of mindset, so if your mind's in the right place, then you're probably going to be doing a good lift.
Sheesh. All right, I would like to see him put at least another 10 kilos on that bar, because that was an easy 3 white lights for a second attempt.
We've got Andrew Kim walking out, 217 kgs on the bar.
Nice strong walkout from Andrew. We got 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
Now what happens if somebody doesn't get any of their squats?
If somebody doesn't get any of their squats, they can kind of decide, you know, after that third failed squat, they have to go up to the score table and let them know if they're going to continue in the meet or if they're going to drop the competition. You know, in my experience at the local level, people will continue with the meet because they've trained for it, they've practiced for it. At the national level, you know, you're more likely to see somebody like not continue.
I would imagine it doesn't happen very often at the national level due to
It
the
should-
lifters being...
It should not happen at the national level. No, you should meet national standard before going to nationals. Depth looked good on that one. And he got 3 white lights for Ian. Now some lifters, like you'll see some lifters with like not using a belt for squats. One of the main reasons lifters will use a belt is to help ensure like they're maintaining a lot of intra-abdominal pressure. You know, it's explained to me like a can of soda. You want to fill your abdomen with as much air as you can because it'll protect your back from injury, and it'll kind of make you stronger. So using that belt will help, you know, maintain some. Using that belt can help increase that intra-abdominal pressure. Let's see, Christian.
Definitely smash step on that one.
Nice. And it was a beautiful second attempt from Christian. And 3 white lights is a good lift.
We've had a lot of 3 white lights this flight. And the lifter was just told to step off the platform.
Yeah, the bar was not called loaded while he was stepping up to the platform. So the chief referee, the lifter has to wait until that chief referee gives the command the bar is loaded in order for them to step up on the platform. That's kind of to ensure the right lifter's lifting, the weights are correct on the bar, spotters and loaders are ready, that kind of stuff. Let's take a look. And the judges say 3 white lights, it's a good lift. You'll notice he kind of rocked back and forth on his feet a little bit, and the bar path was a little wobbly. The lifts don't have to be pretty in order to get those 3 white lights. We're not judging on the way that they look as long as they meet the criteria of the lift. So he hit depth. He didn't move his feet afterwards. He waited for his commands. His knees were locked at the start and the stop of the lift. Let's see what Mr. McPherson, let's see how he handles 230.
We've got another thumbless grip lifter here too.
Wow.
Very quick 500
Good
pound
job.
squat.
And 3 white lights.
Now I noticed some lifters are wearing what appears to be a stiffer knee sleeve compared to other lifters.
Yeah, so knee sleeves, they can be as thin as you want them to be. You know, the thicker they are, the more support they're going to provide you. So it'll kind of change how it aids the lifter. In USAPL, you can use a stiff knee sleeve like the A7 rigor mortis or like a Inzer stiff knee sleeve. They did just make it a rule in Powerlifting America that you cannot. So each federation has different rules and regulations, not only for the lifts, but for the equipment as well.
We got Tommy Jones lifting the Barbie out here. Let's see if he feels like a Barbie girl. I think that moved better than his opener.
I would agree.
He
And sometimes you might see that. You might, like sometimes, you know, depending, this might be a lifter's first competition. That first squat can be nerve-wracking. So, you know, you might see a second attempt move better than an opener.
And does our federation have any rules on knee sleeves?
They do. So we have a special kind of tool. Your knee sleeve can't be beyond a specific thickness. So it is, I believe, 7 millimeters. I'm going to double check.
We've got Baba with a 10 kg jump. Let's see how he does. able to make it through. He did get one call from the left judge for a blue light.
What was that? Oh, so a blue could be potentially for downward motion. So you might see downward motion if a lifter is in the hole. You'll also receive a blue if your knees are not locked at the start or the stop of the beginning or the conclusion of the lift. All right, Michael Berry with 240 kilos on the bar. These lifters are now consistent. Like, we have several lifters lifting well over 500 pounds. What is it like as a spotter and loader, having these people attempting over 500 pounds for the first time while you're there trying to make sure that they're safe?
Well, it's pretty easy when there's 5 people on the platform. It's more so a little bit more challenging when it's around the 470 mark, when you still have 3 people on the bar, but it's a lot of weight still, so it can be a little difficult in that sense. And then there's some squats that gets into 700 to 800 pounds, but usually the lifters that are lifting that are very good at this sport. They have a lot of tenure, and they're never going to give up that bar, so you're not really going to have a problem with the bar getting dumped unless they have an injury that happens. So I will say it is definitely a lot of weight, but it's something that we're all confident in making sure that the lifters stay safe. And a lot of them end up not needing the help anyways when they're lifting this heavy, just as Matt showed us right there. Now Ty's opener moved decent, 12.5 kg jump. Let's see how he manages here. And I believe this is our last second squat as well.
Let's see how this moves for Ty. Wow, those knee sleeves look really stiff.
He probably just got them. It definitely is nice lifting with a new pair of knee sleeves.
Although, again, it is recommended that you kind of practice how you're gonna play. You want to make sure that if you do have new knee sleeves, that you've squatted to them at least once or twice before coming on to the platform. Meet day. Let's see, 567 pounds. Let's see how this moves for Ty.
He was able to stick through and get it up. Let's see what the judges say.
And 3 white lights is a good lift.
I'm excited to see how much he squats for his third attempt. He's a big squatter. His opener, his triceps are huge. Alex is opening with our third attempt squats. 12.5 kg jump.
Third attempt for Alex. And let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights, it's a good lift. He was called for depth on the left side again. And we might see one side get continuously called for depth, but the other refs continue to give white lights. And that's, again, the anatomy of lifters. Sometimes they might have more mobility on one side.
Could that also be a muscle imbalance in some cases?
It could be a muscle imbalance. Me, myself, I had hip surgery, so I always squat high on my surgery side, and my muscles kind of take over on my non-surgery side to, just ensure my body being safe. We have a 12.5 kilo jump between his attempts.
Great way to end off squats right there.
3 white lights, it's a good lift. Going 3 for 3 with squats.
Have we had a single failed squat this
This flight, let's take a look. I don't want to know what that screen. I don't believe so. All right, we got Andrew Kim. That second attempt seemed a little heavy, so we took a conservative 2.5 kilo jump. Let's see how this moves. Nice and controlled going into that hole. Nice, slow but smooth ascent. And he got 3 white lights. You know, some lifters you might see drop into that hole real fast and then kind of fight to spring up. Others you might see slow and controlled. It kind of all depends, again, on the lifter.
Now, are the lifters able to see their timer when the videos are up on the wall?
So there is a TV screen right next to the chief referee that will tell the lifter, like it shows the clock, and then it will also show the lights. So it'll show 3 white lights or whatever lights for that lifter. Let's take a look at Ian.
Currently working on fixing the camera. There we go.
Strong walkout from Ian with 227.5 kilos on the bar.
And he grinds right through it.
Nice, and it's 3 white lights for Ian.
He made a 20 kg jump after making a 2.5 kg jump between jump 1 and 2.
Wow, that is a significant jump considering he only went up 2.5 keys. You know, so going from your first attempt to switching attempt, or excuse me, when you go from your first attempt to your second attempt, you have 1 minute after the conclusion of your lift in order to submit your next attempt. If you don't submit an attempt within that minute, you will automatically go up 2.5 kilos if you got the lift, and you will automatically be set to retake that lift if you failed the lift before. So
that was probably the case.
So it could have just been that he didn't put in his second attempt within that minute time limit.
Well, he definitely made up for it on his third attempt there.
So that lifter did not have his knees locked out, so he did not receive the receive that start command on time. He timed out. You'll notice that he was really bouncy when he first walked out, which can, he can't get the start command if you're super bouncy.
Now, does the lifter have to make eye contact with the head referee in order to get the start command?
They don't. There are some lifters that will look down. You don't have to look at the chief referee. It is recommended that you kind of just pause moving if you're not going to look at them, so that it's apparent that you are ready for that start command.
I would imagine it makes the referee's job a little easier if you're able to give them that signal.
Yes, a lot of lifters will do their walkout and prepare for the lift in a similar fashion. So it almost becomes predictable as a referee to know when a lifter is ready. You'll notice he did his walkout, locked his knees, and then picked his head up. Even though he didn't necessarily make eye contact, beautiful attempt from Christian. That was a perfect third attempt. 3 white lights, beautiful.
I noticed some of them race before the squat command, some of them race after the squat command. It feels like it's really just a preference thing of how the lifter feels comfortable in order to execute the lift.
I would agree, although I would argue that as soon as that, with the amount of weight that's on the bar, the lifter has to be braced to some degree before they get that command. They might re-brace, refill their diaphragm a little bit, or refill their lungs and expand their diaphragm a bit in order to just solidify that brace. All right, let's see Brandon with his 240 keys.
Wow. We're going to put another 20 on the bar.
Those spotters and loaders bring lots of energy.
Five key jump for Baba.
Wow.
Easy third attempt.
I think that moved better than his second attempt, and we got a big smile at the end of that. Nice job. We only have a couple more squats today.
Definitely heading off the day very heavy on everybody's squat, nonetheless.
Sometimes you'll notice the lifter will shake their head. This signals to the spot loaders and the chief referee, like they don't have it, they want to re-rack that bar.
I do notice that as a spotter too, and you have to have a little bit of respect for the lifter when they keep going and they stay with the bar even after that gets called, because it does make the spotter's job a little bit easier, but also you're going to avoid risk of injury as well if you're going to not crash down with the bar, because when the bar with that heavy crashes down on us, there's only so much we can do in that split second with how heavy the weight is.
All right, Michael Berry, 250 keys. What is that, like 550 pounds?
551.15 pounds. Phenomenal depth, way to stick through it.
Again with the one wrist wrap, so I guess it was a choice.
I wonder if it's some sort of wrist injury that he has. I know when I'm squatting and benching heavy, I tend to get some wrist pain in my right wrist, so I will put one wrist wrap on, even on deadlifts, just because of the strain on that. But
Yeah, and wrist wraps really during squat, they just provide stability to the wrists. They don't make the lift any easier or aid the lifter other than providing stability for their wrists. So it helps alleviate some pain.
I did switch to thumbless grip for that reason, just because it's a lot healthier for my wrist and the anatomy that I have.
Nice. And that's three-way lights for Matt. Going 3 for 3. This second flight of squats is doing exceptionally well. We're seeing very little on that board, very little red on that board.
We've got one squat left for the day. We're tied.
All right, let's see how Ty does. His second move, not terrible.
Very wholesome video in the back of him and his family. £584. Now when you see Ty puts his arms on the bar, you can just see how massive his triceps are. He's definitely going to have a big bench with that. Definitely happy with how that felt.
Good push.
And two-way lights.
That red light was because his knees weren't locked at the top. But that concludes our squats for the day. So we're going to have a 10-minute. Once this bar gets stripped and loaded for bench, we will start the timer. We have 10 minutes.
Salvador. Today is Mother's Day in El Salvador, so we have a party around here.
You should be able to hear me. Check if the volume on your mic is down. Can you hear me? Or hear at least something? Talk.
Test.
I think you should be fine because you're seeing like the reaction. Oh yeah, that's true. Bars loaded for John Clifton. Opening up at 77.5 kilograms, 170.86 pounds.
And that was a pretty easy opener for John.
I believe John
Unfortunately,
jumped
that's
the
going to be
rack
a no
command.
lift. Now, John did receive 3 red lights with a yellow card. You can get that yellow card infraction for a variety of different reasons. I'm not sure exactly why he did on that one. It could have been a missed command. Could have been that his butt came up off the bench. Could have been that his feet lifted.
I believe he jumped the rack command. Jenner with an easy opener. 2 white lights. That's all you need. Next we have Jay Reed Clifton, opening up at 82.5 kilograms or 181 pounds. He is a raw teen too, benching 181 pounds at 16. I wasn't even lifting at 16, kind of crazy. Looks like he jumped the command, so fortunately that will be a no lift.
Not quite sure what happened there for Reed, but he'll get another try at that on his second attempt.
Next we have Benedict Clements, opening up at 85 kilograms, 187 pounds, competing in the Masters 3B category, 65 to 69. Still going at it, even at his older age. Pretty good. Easy opener for Benedict. 3 white lights.
Now you notice that he did get his press command very quickly there. The chief referee can give that press command as soon as he sees that the bar is motionless on the lifter's chest. So if you're somebody with a softer touch bench and you can get that bar motionless pretty quickly, you can get a very quick press command.
Next we have Jacob Gonzalez, opening up at 92.5 kilograms or 203 pounds. Making sure to take his time on that setup. Very easy command, or very easy bench. You know, he got that bench command pretty quick because he was able to get the bar motionless. Next we have Darius Nunez opening up at 115 kilograms, 253 pounds, competing in the men's raw junior division. Darius had a pretty solid squat in the opening for his squat, so let's see what he does for bench. Easy opener for Darius. Next we have Dwayne opening up at the same weight. Dwayne taking his time, making sure he gets set up properly. Very easy opener for Dwayne. Two white lights. Not sure what the red light was for, but all you need is 2 whites.
So it was again that yellow card, so it could have been a variety of different things. Given that he only got it from one side, I would put money on maybe his foot or more likely his hips coming off the bench there.
Next we have Caleb opening up at the same weight. A lot of people like 115 kilograms for whatever reason, but he's opening at the same weight. Let's see what he does.
You'll notice that some of our lifters will take a handoff and some of them will not. They'll do a self handoff. Personally, I'm a self handoff queen. Just depends on your preference.
I prefer self handoffs as well. I don't like dealing with the spotters.
I just like it because it's predictable every time. I know how it's going to feel in my hands, but some people do like to have a little bit of extra help getting that bar into the right start position.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. A lot more predictable. Next we have Trayson Hall opening up at 264 pounds, 120 kilograms. Very easy opener for Trayshawn. I'm glad our lifters are taking solid attempts, solid openers, making sure to get that total on the board. Next we have Steven Jenkins opening up at the same weight, competing in the Masters 2B division. Got a variety of ages here. I think the youngest we had today was around 8 to 9. Oldest we had today, 65 to 69. So just amazing that you can do this at any age, basically.
Steven's one of several bench-only lifters at this meet, so I think there's 3 or 4 of them that we're going to see just battling out for bench-only. They're not going to do squats or deadlifts.
Next we have David Jones opening at 132.5 kilograms or 292 pounds. David also had a very solid squat, so I'd like to see what he does for bench. This is a pretty heavy opener for bench anyway, so. Very easy opener. It's like a common thing we have around here. Next we have Emmanuel Finney opening up at 135 kilograms. I love this movie. One of my favorite Pixar films. Solid opener for Emmanuel.
So something we saw on one of our angles that you did not see on the stream was that his left foot slid a little bit during that press. On the bench press, your foot is allowed to slide as long as it remains in contact with the ground. So as long as that foot does not come up either from the toes or the heels, the sliding is okay. Obviously, people would prefer that their feet not slide so they don't lose any of that power out of their leg drive, but just because that foot slides does not necessarily mean that he's going to get an infraction.
Sorry, I'm watching Moana right now. Getting distracted. It's a good movie though.
And 3 white lights for Anthony. That was a very strong opener.
Next we have Benjamin opening up at 150 kilograms. He's a Team 3 opening up at 330 pounds. What are they feeding these kids? Very easy opener for Ben. Next we have Xavier Waters opening up at the same weight. Let's see if it moves as fast as Ben did. I mean, that was pretty quick. I could argue that it was almost faster.
So we're moving on to second attempts here. First up, we'll have John, who is retaking that 77.5 that he missed on his first attempt. Now, when you miss an attempt, you do have the option to either retake that missed attempt or go up in weight. Typically, if you miss on an opener, it is a pretty safe bet to try to retake that just so that you can secure that bench and get an attempt on the board. So that's what John has chosen to do.
Can't fail
That
when you're
looked
watching
much
Biscuit.
better. Next up is Reed, who will also be retaking that missed opener.
Made sure to follow commands this time. So let's see what judges say. 3 whites.
Now his press did slow down a little bit towards the middle there. You can slow down. You can even stop and start again at the bar path as it goes up. As long as that bar does not start to travel downwards, that's fine. It can be a little slow on the way up. That's fine. Now, Tanner is taking a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. The smallest increase you can take is 2.5 kilos. You can take any multiple of that 2.5 that you want. So some people will prefer to take some of those bigger jumps than others. And let's see what the judges say for Tanner.
Solid 3 white lights. Very solid bench attempts for this flight.
He's one of those lifters that's going to take a little bit of a longer time to get that press command just because he's got a little bit of a heavier touch, so that head ref needs to make sure that that bar is motionless on his chest before he gives the press command.
Next we have Benedict Clements doing his second attempt at 95 kilograms or 209 pounds. Three white lights. Next we have Jacob Gonzalez doing a second attempt at 100 kilograms or 220 pounds. Very easy second attempt, looked like an opener. Let's see how much it has left in the tank for his third attempt. Next we have Darius jumping 5 kilos from his opener to 264 pounds or 120 kilograms. His opener moved pretty easy, so let's see how his second goes.
So Steven's up next. He's taking 122.5. He is only taking a 2.5 kilo jump here. As I mentioned, some lifters tend to prefer the larger jumps. Some prefer the smaller jumps. So we'll see how this moves for him.
Very solid second attempt. 3 wide lights.
That did look a little bit slower, so we'll see what he puts in for his third and final bench attempts.
Also, if you guys have any questions in the chat, please feel free to drop them, and we'll answer them accordingly. Caleb with a solid second attempt. Next we have Trayshawn Hall doing a second attempt at 275 pounds. His opener moved like butter, so let's see how his second goes.
Bars loaded. Start. First.
Very solid attempt. 3 white lights. Next we have Dwayne. Dwayne representing the Philippines. He has his whole squad here. You can hear him hopefully on the mic. They're loud. Doing a second attempt at 127.5 kilograms.
And this is one of those bigger jumps.
Pounds.
I think this is the biggest jump that we've seen in bench attempts so far, that 12.5 kilos.
Actually, this morning I saw a 45 kilo jump. He jumped from 100. He opened at 100 and then jumped to 145.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You know, hey, some lifters tend to prefer that. Not me, personally. Sometimes some of the heavier weight class men can kind of handle it because it's a smaller percentage of their body weight, but it is definitely not for everyone. Now, Dwayne there was getting a replace the bar from the head referee, indicating that he was not in the proper starting position. His heels were not flat on the ground. Now you do have a full 60 seconds after that bar is called loaded, so he had plenty of time to replace the bar and then unrack again, got that start command, and executed a pretty good looking second attempt bench for 3 white lights.
Next we have Emmanuel opening or doing a second attempt at 140 kilograms or 308 pounds. His opener moved very easy, so we will see what he does for his second attempt.
Start. Press.
Very easy. You can put some extra weight on the bar for a third attempt.
Now he has an interesting bench because he does have a pretty narrow grip, I would say. Some lifters tend to prefer that. Some lifters tend to prefer being a little bit wider. It all kind of depends on your body and where you're the strongest.
Next we have Davy Jones doing his second attempt at 145 kilograms, 319 pounds, competing in the military division. Camera sometimes likes to veer off. Got a little upgrade, so it moves on its own sometimes. Next we have Anthony Emberger. Second attempt at 150 kilograms, 330 pounds.
And the spotters loaders there were raising those safeties for Anthony. He likes to have them a little bit higher.
Very solid second attempt. Good to see our lifters making smart choices when they're on the platform. Next we have Benjamin jumping 10 kilos from his opener to 160 kilos. His opener moved very quickly, so 10 kilo jump seems very reasonable.
Very easy attempt by Benjamin. Next up we have Xavier, who will be attempting the same weight. Let's just talk a little bit about how the order is determined. So when two lifters in the same flight are going to attempt the same weight, the lifter with the lowest lot number will go first. So in this case, Benjamin had the lower lot number, so he took his attempt at 160 first. And next up, Xavier will get his shot at it.
Is it squat number or dot number?
For bench. They both took 160.
The lower squat number or dot number?
Lot number.
Dot?
Lot. The
Oh,
lot
lot,
number.
lot,
Yes, so the
lot.
lot number is a randomly generated number that's assigned to the lifters. That determines, among other things, the order that they will weigh in at, and then also in the case of where two lifters are taking the same attempt, which one of them will go first. This is our first third attempt bench. John has opted to take a conservative 2.5 kilo jump. And it looks like that was a good call there.
Can't ever fail when you're listening to Limp Bizkit. As we have J. Clifton, assumably the son of
This is a father-son duo.
John Clifton. Almost
And they
forgot
are
his name.
both being handled by Reggie Mouton today.
Shout out Tyson's Playground.
Unfortunately, it looks like Reed just didn't have enough left in the tank for that bench. But he was able to get that second attempt, so he does have a bench on the board, and we'll see him soon for deadlifts.
Very solid attempt. It's 3 white lights. Probably had a little bit more of the tank. I don't know. Maybe. Next we have Benedict doing his third attempt at 102.5 kilograms or 225? 4? 225? 224? Something like that.
Now, Tanner lifted with no additional equipment. You'll notice that Benedict is wearing wrist straps. You're allowed to wear wrist straps. You're also allowed to wear a belt. Some people prefer to bench in a belt. It's just all up to everyone's personal preference. Personally, I bench in wrist straps. I don't like the feeling of having a belt on when I'm benching. I just feel like I can't breathe quite as well, but I do like the extra support I get on my wrists. And unfortunately, that'll be a no lift for Benedict. Just didn't have it today. Next up, we have Jacob getting rickrolled. I think this is the 4th time I've heard this song today.
You said the 3rd time?
4th? I think 4th.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I can't count.
I don't know. I can't keep track.
It's 4 times too many.
And unfortunately, that's going to be no lift for Jacob.
You got Rick rolled too hard. Next we have Stephen Jenkins, jumping 2.5 kilograms, 275 pounds.
Now, something you can see from this angle that we're showing you is you can see 2 out of the 3 referees on the platform, and you can see a disembodied hand of the 3rd one there. As the lifter approaches the bench to get set up, those side referees and that head referee are going to have their arms up. Once the 2 side referees have determined that the lifter's in the proper start position, they're going to drop their hands. That's their signal to the chief referee that they think that the lifter's in the proper position. Steven really grinding out that bench. And he gets 3 white lights for it. Looks like he took every kilo he had in him today for that bench.
Maybe one more. Oh, wow. Next we have Darius doing his third attempt at 125 kilograms, 275 pounds. He got this amazing edit in his background.
Unfortunately, no lift for Darius today. But he did get his first 2 benches.
He did. Next we have Caleb, 127.5 kilograms, 281 pounds.
Great attempt from Caleb.
Next we got Trayshawn Hall doing his third attempt at 130 kilograms, 286 pounds. Listening to some Juicy J. bench, a throwback. Shout out 2012.
Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift for Trayshawn.
Next we have Dwayne, 130 kilograms, same weight.
Now I'm sure Dwayne coming out is going to make sure that those feet are flat on the ground so he can get that start command a little bit faster.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that's no lift for Dwayne.
Next we have Emmanuel, 150 kilograms, 330 pounds. Listening to March Madness by Future, hosted by DJ Esco.
And I was just watching the referees. It looks like Dwayne's feet came up off the ground during that press, and that's why he got the red light, yellow card from both side referees.
Very unfortunate. Playing March Madness, even though national championship is already over. We do have the NBA playoffs. Shout out Denver. Nuggets in 5. Next we have Davy Jones. Third attempt at 155 kilograms, 342 pounds. Big NF fan. He had NF on his squad, now he's doing it for his bench. Needed more NF in order to get that bench. Next we have Anthony Emberger. Same weight, 155 kilos. Fortunately, was not able to get that. Got Benjamin, 167.5 kilograms, at 369 pounds. That is a lot of weight, especially for a teen.
Very easy looking third attempt for Benjamin. And he gets 2 white lights. Looks like his left hip came up off the bench during the press. And this is our final third attempt bench of this flight before we move on to flight D.
Start.
That was a very easy attempt especially for a third attempt.
And 3 white lights for him.
Next we got Andrew Kim, representing DV Iron. Strength and honorable. I need 10,000 thumbs down in the chat. Opening up at 95 kilograms. It's not a diss, it's what he wants. Trust. Solid attempt for Andrew Kim. 3 white lights. No debate. Next we have Ian Kelly opening up at 130 kilograms, 286 pounds.
Very easy bench from Ian. And honestly, that's what you want an opener to look like.
Next we have Ladane opening up at 286 pounds or 130 kilograms.
Start.
Very easy looking attempt from Ladane for his opener. We've got a slew of lifters all taking that 130 for their first attempt. So next up is Kenan Graham. Kenan's having a pretty good day so far. He did go 2 for 3 on his squats.
Start. Press.
It's a pretty quick press command from our head referee Moses and 3 white lights.
Bars loaded.
Next up is Timmy. Timmy happens to be my dog's name.
You gonna try pronouncing that?
He prefers to go by Timmy. I did ask.
Solid opener for Timmy. 3 white lights. Moved a little bit slow, so we'll see what he does for his next attempt. Next we have Baba, the brother of Timmy, I assume, opening up at 135 kilograms, 297 pounds. Both of them have very solid squats, so let's see if they have very solid benches as well.
Very easy opener, and he gets 3 white lights. He's got quite a long way to go to get that bar to touch his chest. He's got some long arms. Next up, we have Tommy, opening up at 137.5 kilos. Not quite sure what happened there with Tommy's opener. Maybe just a misgroove. We'll see if he opts to retake that for his second attempt.
Next we have Alex Moore, opening up with 140 kilograms or 308 pounds. Very easy, very easy. I think you should put more weight on the bar. Next we have Christian, opening up at the same weight. Very easy attempt for Christian.
Very speedy attempt from Christian.
Next we have Brandon, opening up at 147.5 kilograms.
So we've switched back to that other angle so you can see the head referee giving those commands. In addition to giving that verbal command, he's also going to use a series of hand signals.
Very easy opener for Brandon.
And that combination of the voice and hand signals is so that there's no ambiguity as to what command he's calling or whether he's calling a command. Just gives another way to gauge what's going on.
Next we have Russell, opening up 150 kilograms.
Now Russell's another one of our bench-only lifters today.
Very easy opener for Russell. Hope to still be that strong at his age when I get there. Hopefully. Next we have Michael opening up at the same weight. Michael has had a very good squat day, so let's see if we can do the same for bench.
Michael getting some very speedy commands from our head referee and 3 white lights from the judges.
Next we have Matt Martinez opening at 160 kilograms or 352 pounds. Yes, 62, not 63. Still solid opener. It's a lot of weight.
Very speedy bench press command, very quickly. As soon as that bar is motionless on your chest, you will get that press command from the head referee. Next up we have Neil Tress, who is another one of those bench-only lifters. So this is his only portion of the meet today. And you can see they're bringing out those white blocks at his preference to set his feet a little bit higher. Some people have shorter legs. They just like their feet to be a little bit higher up. And you can see they're also adjusting those safeties for him. Something I like about this angle is that you can see where each lifter is setting up their hands. Oh. Hopefully Neil's okay there. Looks like the bar may have just slipped out of his hands there.
Yeah, he took that out of the champ. Jesus.
And so he is going to time out of his 1 minute clock there. And let's see if he's going to retake that on his second attempt. After the completion of an attempt, you have 60 seconds to make your way to the scoring table to put in your next attempt. Otherwise, you will get the automatic increase. So if you fail an attempt and you fail to put in your next attempt, you will repeat that attempt by default. If you have a successful attempt and you don't put an attempt in, you will get the automatic increase of 2.5 kilos. So it does not look like Neil has put in his second attempt yet. So we'll see what he decides to do.
Next we got Ty Washington, 22-inch arms. 22s, baby. Opening up 182 kilograms, 402 pounds.
He has a very cute dog in the audience today. I did get to pet it. It's a little gray Frenchie puppy.
Very solid opener for Ty. That is a lot of weight on the bar. Next we are starting our second attempt with Andrew Kim, opening up at, hey Saber, opening up at 100 kilograms.
Let's switch views there.
He's doing his second attempt at 100 kilograms, 220 pounds. Again, spam some thumbs down in the chat. That's what he wants. There's not enough thumbs downs in the chat.
Very quick attempt from Andrew, and he gets 3 white lights from the judges. Go back here. As I had started to say before,
oh, hey, Saber. Did you change your pants, or is that someone else?
Okay. As I had said before, the reason why I liked that side view is that you can see exactly where each lifter is putting their hands relative to the bar. So you can see that Ian is taking a wider grip. He looks like he's taking the maximum grip, which is your index fingers covering those outside rings of the bar. That's as wide as you can set up for the bench press. Of course, you can go as narrow as you want as well. Very easy to attempt from Ian, and he gets 3 white lights. The positioning where you put your hands to grip the bar for the bench press really just depends on everyone's own anatomy and how you are the strongest.
Next, we have Kanan opening up, or doing a second attempt at 135 kilograms, 297 pounds. Taking his time on his setup, making sure that he's doing everything necessary in order to get a solid attempt for his second bench press. Very easy second attempt.
And he gets 3 white lights. Bars loaded now for Timmy with 135 kilos. Now, I kind of mentioned before the differences for each lifter in what equipment they like to lift in. So we'll notice that Timmy does wear a belt when he's benching. And he had a very solid second attempt and 3 white lights. Now we have Tommy, who's coming out to retake that 137.5 that he did miss on his opener. Again, not really sure what happened for him on that attempt. Maybe just a misgroove. We'll see if he can clean it up for this attempt.
Let's see, Tommy Jones doing his opener yet again for his second attempt, at least the same weight at 303 pounds. Hopefully he'll be able to get this so he can have a total for his meet today.
And that was much better than his first attempt at that one. Well, he did get 1 red light with a yellow card. So that was possibly either his foot or his hips off the bench. But he did get 2 white lights, so it doesn't matter. It's a good lift anyway.
Next we have Ladane doing a second attempt at 303 pounds. Very easy attempt for LeBang. 3 white lights. Next we have Bakatope. Doing a second attempt at 142.5 or 314 pounds.
Very easy press from Tope. That was a 7.5 kilo increase from his first attempt. So I would imagine that they'll take a similar jump, if not a little bit larger, on that third attempt. And the bar is now loaded with 147.5 kilos for Alex. Alex is having a pretty good day so far. And he gets 3 white lights. Our next lifter up is Christian Streeter. He's attempting 150 kilos. That's 331-ish pounds. Very smooth attempt from Christian. Our next lifter up is Brandon McPherson. He's got 152.5 kilos on the bar. Very easy for Brandon.
So far, a solid day for Brandon. Next, we have Russell doing his second attempt at 155 kilograms, 341 pounds.
Pretty smooth second attempt for Russell, and he gets 3 white lights. Our next lifter up is Michael Berry, taking 160 kilos. That's a 10 kilo jump from his opener. And very interestingly, Michael is wearing a wrist wrap only on one of those wrists, which is fine. He's allowed to do that. He may have like a wrist injury or something like that, or he might just prefer the feeling of a little bit more support on that right wrist. that 165 kilos from his first attempt. Not really too sure what happened there. It looks like maybe the bar just kind of rolled out of his hand. So we'll see if he's able to correct whatever the issue was for this attempt. Neil really taking his time getting set up on the bench. That is why our lifters have a whole 1 minute clock. That was definitely much better than his opening attempt. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, good lift. Now again, often when you see one side judge give that red light with the yellow card, it is indicative that it's either their foot or their hips coming up off the bench. Bars loaded now with 167.5 kilos for Matt. Very solid attempt from Matt. Let's talk super quickly about what a lifter needs to do in order to get that start command from the head referee. So they're going to set up on the bench, and they're going to have a couple of contact points. Their shoulders must be in contact with the bench, their hips must be in contact with the bench, and their feet must be flat on the floor. And they need to be holding that bar in that position with those contact points in order to get that start command. Next up, we've got Ty coming out for 190 kilos. He's looked very strong today so far. Solid attempt from Ty. He does get 3 white lights from the judges. You'll notice that Ty took a little bit longer, a little bit more time off the clock before he got that start command. He prefers to take a little bit longer to set up. That clock will continue to count down. You just need to get the start command before that clock expires. You do not need to complete the entire attempt. You just need to get that start command. Now we're on our third attempt benches. First up is Andrew Kim coming out for 105 kilos. Time getting set up. Very quick press command. Very solid effort to the top of that bench, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights. Andrew is 6 for 6 on attempts so far, so we'll see him soon for his deadlifts and see if his good day continues. mentioned it before, but my name's Danielle Rutnick. I'm on Instagram at Danny Lipsing. I'm a USAPL lifter and national level referee. I have both competed at and officiated at national level meets, as well as meets all around Virginia. So if you've got any questions about our meets or the rules, feel free to drop those in the chat. I'd be happy to answer for you. Our next lifter is Ian Kelly, 140 kilos. And he makes it to the top, and 3 white lights for him. Next up, we're getting the platform ready for Kanan Graham, 140 kilos, also on his bar. Very quick thrust command for Kanan. Very solid effort throughout that attempt. And he also gets 3 white lights. Our next lifter is Timmy. I smile every time I say his name because my dog's name is also Timmy. Coming out for 142.5 kilos. Shout out to my dog Timmy, who's at home today. I miss him. But back to our lifter Timmy. Taking a handoff from one of our spotter loaders. And unfortunately, that's going to be no lift for Timmy today. Just a little bit too much on the day. But he will get credit for his second attempt at 135. Our next lifter is Ladane, who's coming out for 145 kilos, taking another 7.5 kilo jump. Very easy. Great looking third attempt from Ladane, and he gets 3 white lights. Our next lifter is Tope, coming out for 152.5 kilos. That is 136 pounds. Out to the platform, giving a fist bump to our spotter loaders. They've been out here all day. There was a morning session as well. Doing a great job keeping all of our lifters safe and the meet moving. So shout out to our spotters and loaders. Very smooth attempt from Tope. 3 white lights for him. Next up, we've got Brandon McPherson coming out for 157.5 kilos. sketchy attempt from Brandon. Honestly, that looked more like a second attempt or even an opener. Our next lifter is Alex, coming out for 160 kilos. Now this is a 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt of 147. This is a bigger jump than he took from his first attempt to his second attempt. We'll see how this goes for him. Unfortunately, that's just a little bit too much on the day for Alex. Our next lifter is Christian, and he is taking that same weight of 160. Again, showing some love to our spotters and loaders. Let me show you this. All of our lifters on their third attempts are lifting in front of a video of their choice. And let's see what the judges say for Christian. 2 to 1, that's a good lift. Our next lifter, Russell, is also coming out for 160. Now, Russell is one of those bench-only lifters, so this will be his last attempt of the day. Very controlled descent. And unfortunately, he was not able to complete that lift today. But he will get credit for his second attempt of 155. Next up, we've got Neil, who is another one of those bench-only lifters, coming out for 170. Now, his second attempt, where he retook that 165, obviously looked much better than that first attempt. So hopefully 170 moves just as well for him. Take his time getting set up. Unracking that bar. And let's see what the judges say there. And 2 to 1, that's going to be a no lift, unfortunately. It looks like his feet came up during that press there, so unfortunately that's going to be no lift.
Bars loaded.
Our next lifter is Michael, also coming out for 170 kilos. Michael is our lifter that wears that one wrist strap on the right wrist. And I'm going to take you back to this view here. See the lifter set up a little bit better. Very quick press command. Very smooth for Michael. And again, 2 to 1. That's a good lift. Now you'll notice a variety of different foot positions for our our lifters. As long as your foot is not like leveraging the bench or pushing off the bench to try to get some support, you can put your feet however you want as long as they're flat on the ground. So sometimes you'll see people with a little bit more narrow stance, sometimes you'll see people like their feet wider. Some people will like their knees to be at a very sharp angle, closer to their head. With those feet, sometimes people will like their feet a little bit further out. Personally, I like my feet a little bit further out. But as long as you can set those feet and not have them lift during the lift, you can use any foot position you want. Now, that was a very good third attempt from Matt, and he gets 3 white lights from all of the judges. And our final third attempt bench today is Ty coming up for 195 kilos. Taking his time with his setup there, making sure he's in just the position that he wants. Very smooth attempt from Ty. Let's see what the judges say. And 3 white lights. That's a good look for him. Alright, so that concludes our bench session of this afternoon portion of the Virginia Mayhem. The spotters and loaders are going to take apart that bench and the rack. They're going to move it off the platform, and then we're going to start a clock for 10 minutes, and then we will come back for our deadlifts.
They will if we shut the doors.
Let me tell you what, it's a little hot up there, so. Okay, I need to lose weight, I get it. They're all sweating too. Go back and jump the garage door. Ready to start already, so here's the plan. It's not moving, it's not sweating. Yep.
Hey, Reggie. There was the very first and I was pregnant with my daughter. I was like, I'm not doing it around people watch the phone. I'm screaming like I'm not care. But then all of his other he was telling us this, but you guys really don't have to. I'm like, shut up. Yeah, like we have to. I'm trying to be quiet. To be fair, I never really told my wife. He gave us the address, I think, on Wednesday. And I've been asking him, can you send me the address? Can you send me the address so that I can put it? So you have to ask before I do. I remember when he first told us that he signed up for a month, he realized we celebrated her birthday yesterday, and we'll celebrate Mother's Day tomorrow.
All right, and we're back to get started with deadlifts. This is our last discipline of the second session, and then it will be our last portion of the entire day. We're going to get started in about 30 seconds here with our first lifter, Reed, who is opening up at 115 kilos. Now let's talk about the commands. For the deadlift, there is no starting command. You can start your pull whenever you want. You do have that same 60-second clock after the bar is called loaded by our chief referee, and that's Gabby we've got in head chair today. And as long as you initiate that pull before that clock reaches 0, you're good to go. And the only command is going to be a down, And you'll receive that command both verbally and with a downward motion of the head referee's arm. As soon as you are in the proper position, standing upright as Reed is, with your shoulders back and locked, your knees straight and locked. And that was a very easy opener for Reed, and he gets 3 white lights from the judges. Our next lifter will be Benedict, coming out for 120 kilos. You'll notice throughout this flight that some of our lifters will opt to take the t-shirt under their singlet off. Some will leave it on, like Benedict. It's up to their personal preference. All of them, however, are required to wear those socks that will cover the shins. Very easy from Benedict. He did get 1 red light with a red card from the chief judge. In the deadlift, typically that red light with a red card means that you're not fully locked out. Either the shoulders were not fully pulled back, or the knees were not locked in straight, or the hips, especially for our sumo pullers. Now, that was a very easy 122.5 opener from John, who did opt to take off his t-shirt. And our next lifter is going to be Tanner with 190. Very fast attempt from Tanner. Next up we have Caleb, also coming out from 190. Now, all of our lifters so far have opted for that conventional stance. It's a very easy attempt from Caleb, and he gets 3 white lights. That conventional stance is going to have your feet being a little bit more narrow.
More often than heavier lifters will be pulling conventional. They require better leverage, maybe due to their trunk or their body weight.
Our next lifter is Emmanuel, coming out for 200 kilos.
Get another conventional puller.
And he's got baby powder all down the front of his legs. That is to smoothen the surface a little bit and reduce the chances that that bar is going to get stuck on his legs on the way up. Are we getting rickrolled right now? I think we are. A little mashup. Jacob is coming out for 210 kilos.
Our first sumo puller of the day. Easy opener for Jacob.
Very fast. 3 white lights for him. Our next lifter is Trayshawn, also coming out for 210. And 2-1, that was a good lift. He did get a red light with a red card from one of the side referees. That tells me that either his shoulders or his knees or possibly his hips were not fully straight and erect at the top of the pole. Next up we have Xavier coming out for 227.5.
We have Xavier Waters coming up next with the 227.5 kg for his opening test.
Very speedy. And he gets 3 white lights. Now, no matter where you set your feet, whether you're a narrow conventional puller or a wider sumo puller, as long as you set those feet and they don't move off of that footprint that you set, you'll be good to go. So you can rock back and forth on your feet. Sometimes that'll happen at the top of a deadlift, but as long as your feet don't leave that original footprint before you get that down command, you're good to go. Next up we have David coming out for 235 kilos. He is in our men's raw police fire military division. And he gets 3 white lights. Had some very speedy openers so far. Next up, we've got Anthony coming out for 235 kilos.
So what we got here is a 2-row pull. We got 2 parts together, like a conventional pull and a 2-row pull. 2-row is with the left spread. Conventional is with the left shoulder width arch. Depending on the body of the figure.
Very smooth attempt from Anthony. And he gets 3 white lights. All of our openers so far moving just as your opener should.
Next up we have Dwayne Blunt, opening 240 kilograms. A lot of fans in the crowd for Dwayne. He will be pulling conventional, so let's see how this goes.
There's a few people in the audience with signs for him. I wish my friends did arts and crafts for me.
You notice he is wearing a Philippines-themed singlet. USAPL, a variety of equipment is approved for competition use, unlike the IPF. So for any newer lifters who are looking to bring any custom-made things, as long as it's from a reputable source, more likely than not it is approved for competition.
If you are interested in seeing, there's a whole section of the rulebook that outlines the specifications that your singlet must meet in order to be approved for competition. Next up, we've got Benjamin coming out for 257.5. Very fast. And the judges say that was a good lift, unanimously. And we are flying through these deadlifts. This is going to be our last opener of this flight. Darius coming out for 260. Another very speedy opener. All right, so we're back to the top of the order. Reed will be up next with 122.5 kilos. It's a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Deadlift is typically where we'll start to see some of the bigger jumps between attempts, especially in the bigger weight classes. Very smooth attempt from Reed. And he gets 3 white lights. Next up, we've got his father, John, for 132.5 kilos. This is a father-son duo. I've seen a few of those, especially out here in Virginia. There's a lot of families that will come out and compete together. Kids can compete in the USAPL starting as young as age 8. We actually had a 9-year-old in this morning session. Powerlifting is for everyone. And John gets 3 white lights from our judges. Our next lifter is going to be Benedict, coming out for 140 kilos. That is a 20-kilo jump from his opener. As I mentioned a minute ago, we are going to start to see some bigger jumps between attempts here. Solid looking attempt from Benedict. And the judges agree. 3 white lights. Next up, we'll see Tanner coming out for 200 kilos. From Tanner, and he gets 3 white lights. The cameras tend to track motion, so we were getting a really great shot of the back of Chief Referee Gabby's head. Her hair does look fabulous. She just got it done yesterday, but we're here to see the lifters. We've got Caleb on the platform now, taking his attempt at 200 kilos. And again, as I mentioned during the bench, when those lifters are attempting the same weight, the lifter with the lower lot number will go first. Now Caleb getting 1 red light with a red card from that left judge. I think that's Adrian sitting in the chair there. So that was either his knees, his hips, or his shoulders, depending on what Adrian saw from his vantage point. Unfortunately, from the front, like we're looking at right now, it's a little bit hard to see sometimes. Emmanuel's out next for 212.5. Another very easy looking attempt for him. And he gets 3 white lights. We are loading the bar up for Treshawn Hall. And it looks like there's a little bit of an error on the lifting cast there for him. It does say 217. It should say 217.5 kilos. As we are only at a local meet here, your attempts must be in 2.5 kilo increments. The only time that you can chip attempts or attempt something that's smaller jump than 2.5 kilos, at least for an open lifter, is going to be when you are at a national level meet or higher and you are trying to break some records. So you've made that correction, 217.5 on the bar for him. And again, a very narrow conventional stance. And 2-to-1, that's a good lift for him. He also received a red light with a red card, but this time from the right side judge. So when he comes out for his third attempt, he's just going to have to make sure that he locks out nice and tall at the end of his pole. Our next lifter is Jacob with 220. Very fast, very smooth pull for him, and 3 white lights. And our next lifter out is going to be Xavier, coming out for 240 kilos.
We got Xavier coming up next with a 240 kg pull. Finally, still not a single failed attempt on this one. Who's going to be the first?
And Xavier taking his second attempt to some Avril Lavigne. Very fast. Our next lifter is going to be Anthony, coming out for 245 kilos. Smooth pull from Anthony. And he gets 3 white lights. We are putting 2.5 more kilos on the bar for David's attempt at 247.5. And we've got Moana in the background. Let's see what the judges say for David.
Once again, the deadlift is big jumps are very characteristic of the deadlift. As you can see here with Dwayne jumping 20 kilos and David previously jumping 12 and a half.
judges say for Dwayne. Unfortunately, they did all give him red lights with that blue card. You will get the blue card infraction for one of a couple of things on the deadlift. Either that bar having some downward motion or supporting that bar on the thighs or ramping. And based on what we saw on the attempt, it looks like that one was called for some ramping there. Got our next lifter, Darius, coming out for 267.5. He gets his down command. Judges give it 3 white lights.
Good second from Darius. Common cue that is given to beginner lifters is to stand tall instead of leaning back on the deadlift. And the whole purpose of that is to avoid the action of ramping.
Yeah, a lot of times when lifters will lean back too, something that'll tend to happen is that their knees will unlock. So you can get kind of a number of different issues that can arise when you kind of overlock out. Our next lifter, Benjamin, is coming out for 280 kilos. I think this is the biggest jump that we've seen so far. This is an increase of 22.5 kilos over his opener.
Ben hyping up the crowd.
That was a very, very fast pull from Benjamin. So excited to see what he'll load on the bar for that third and final attempt. We're moving on now to our third attempt. So we're going back to the top of the order, and we're going to be starting with Reed with 127.5. Now, Reed has had a pretty successful day so far. He's only missed 2 of his benches there.
Reed will be 7 for 9 if he makes this attempt, which is a very good knee performance.
And we're looking at Gabby's hair. There we go. Caught the end of Reed's pull there.
Judges
and the
give it
judges
3
say 3
whites.
white lights. Next up, we've got John coming out for 142.5.
Let's see if John can follow in the footsteps of his son. Surely he is very proud of him at the moment. But now he has to follow up.
Let's see what the judges have to say. Waiting on those lights. 3 white lights for John. So he goes 3 for 3 on deadlifts to finish 6 for 9 on the day.
Like father, like son.
We'll go back to that front view for you there. We've got Benedict coming out for 160 kilos. This is a 20 kilo jump from his second attempt, which matches the jump that he took from his opener. Very easy looking pull for Benedict. And that's 3 white lights for him. He'll finish 7 for 9 on the day as well.
Tanner, third attempt with 210 kilos, that is 463 pounds, walking out to the Skyrim theme.
Now, Tanner has not missed an attempt yet, so he has a shot at a perfect 9 for 9 day if he can make this pull. Now he locks it out, does get that down command. Let's see what the judges say. Unfortunately, that's a no lift. I thought that might happen.
I believe it had downward motion.
Downward motion for sure. Still a pretty good day, 8 for 9. And Caleb is now coming out for his third attempt at 217.5.
Very big jump compared to his second. Manages to lock it out. Let's see what the judges say. Sean attempting 225 kilos, just 4 pounds shy of 500 pounds.
Sean was really fighting to try to get that lockout. Unfortunately, he was not able to finish the lift. We're getting the platform ready now for Emmanuel, who's coming out for 230 kilos. Emmanuel has had a perfect day so far. That was pretty quick. And he'll finish 9 for 9 today. Okay.
Gonzalez coming out with a slightly bigger jump. 232 and a half. That is around 512 pounds, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's lifting in front of the Muppets.
Some very entertaining walkout songs today.
This almost certainly is a troll from Saber.
Good grind from Jacob.
And let's see what the judges say. Yeah, just as I suspected. So he did get 2 red lights, so unfortunately that pole will not count for him. Even though the pole was almost perfect, one judge did think that he wasn't fully locked out at the top. The real issue came at the end there, where he sort of slammed the bar down and released his hands. Now, you must control the bar all the way down to the platform. You cannot release your hands until that bar is on the floor. So unfortunately, that little technical error cost him that third attempt. But I'm sure he will be able to clean it up and get it the next time we see him out on the platform. Now we've got Anthony with 250 kilos on the bar, getting ready to pull.
Just couldn't wedge his hips in there. Very common thing we see with the sumo deadlift is that it either goes up or it doesn't at all. It's a very technical lift.
Our saluting now for David, 255 kilos on the bar. The judges say for David. 3 red lights.
Dwayne looking to redeem himself. Putting 260 on the board once again.
Just gotta clean up some of that ramping that we saw on his first attempt. His first attempt at 260. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, all right, so that left judge did call him again for supporting the bar on his thighs, and that right judge called him for not being fully erect and locked out at the top of the lift, unfortunately. But he will be credited with his first attempt of 240. On the platform now we have Xavier, getting ready to attempt 265 kilos. Again, part of a trend that we've been seeing of those bigger jumps from second to third attempts. And unfortunately, he gets no lift. Now again, that blue infraction is either supporting the bar on the thighs or downward motion, and that red infraction is going to be not being fully locked out. Darius attempting 272.5. Pretty quick off the floor. And he gets 3 white lights. All right, so our next and final lifter of this flight is Benjamin. He's attempting 302.5 kilos. That is 666.9 pounds. And it is by far the heaviest attempt that we've seen from this flight. Benjamin has had a perfect day so far. He is 8 for 8 on attempts. So hopefully this attempt goes smoothly for him.
If successful, he will secure 702.5 kilo total as a team 3. Come on, man.
Unfortunately, not able to break the floor with that. So that will finish up this flight. We're moving on now to Flight D, which is going to be our last flight of the day. We've had 4 total flights today over the course of the 2 sessions. Our first lifter is going to be Timmy. coming out for 175 kilos. And again, shout out to my dog, Timmy, who's at home with my boyfriend, Jack. Hi, Jack. Hi, Timmy.
I challenge anyone to be able to say this, but you're doing correctly.
Very speedy opener from Timmy. And he gets 3 white lights. Our next lifter is Alex, coming out for 185. That is just over 400 pounds. Also a very speedy attempt. And he gets 3 white lights. Coming out on the platform now, we have Ladane coming out for 220. So Ladane taking a little bit longer to come down to the platform. Again, once the bar is called loaded by our chief referee, you have 60 seconds to initiate your attempt. There is no start command. So Ladane had plenty of time there. Very smooth opener, and he gets 3 white lights. Going up now to 225 kilos. We're going to have Brandon McPherson out on the platform. Now,
wobble at the top.
Now our judges did catch that. They did call that for that downward motion. That's, again, that red light with that blue card infraction. That can happen to lifters sometimes when your opener is almost like too light and you get surprised by how easy it is at the top. So if I had to guess, I would say he's probably not going to opt to retake that. He's probably going to increase. Our next lifter is Andrew Kim, coming out for 232.5, and you couldn't see it there. On his next attempt, I'll give you a better look at it, but as he approaches the platform, giving everybody a double thumbs down in the chat for Andrew. Another very speedy attempt. These openers looking just as fast as your opener should. Our next lifter out will be Ty with 245 kilos. Very strong opener. And 3 white lights from the judges. lifter is going to be Michael, opening up at 247.5. Smooth opener for Michael, and he gets 3 white lights. Next up, we've got Tommy coming out for his opener at 250. We did not see Tommy for his third attempt bench. He opted to skip it. So he's got a little bit extra rest on him, and hopefully he is in for a good deadlift session today. Not quite sure what happened there for Tommy, but he was not able to get that off the floor. Possible that it was just misgroove or he didn't quite set up right. Sometimes the lifter's not mentally prepared to feel the weight that's on the bar, so I'm sure he'll.
That he could have gotten cold since he did scrap his final bench attempt, so he's been.
That's true.
A little bit of extra rest.
That's true. It's possible that that little bit of extra rest was actually detrimental. And he did put in to retake that attempt. So hopefully he can get it moving on his second. Our next lifter out is Matt, coming out for 255. Very fast. And he gets 3 white lights. Making his way onto the platform now is Christian with his opener of 260. Got just a few openers left in this flight. Another very smooth attempt. And another set of 3 white lights. Our next lifter is going to be Tope, coming out for 265. Spotters and loaders cleaning off that bar. As I mentioned before, a lot of these lifters are using baby powder on their legs, including Tope, to keep that bar from getting stuck on their legs on the way up. You'll especially see that for a lot of our conventional pullers. Our lifters are also using chalk on their hands to help them grip the bar, so our spotters and loaders cleaning off that bar to get all those powders off. That's a very, very fast attempt from Tope.
Yes, very speedy attempt from Tope. That opener probably had the most velocity we've seen the entire day.
Definitely. Interested to see how big of a jump he takes for his next attempt. He hasn't put it in yet. And while we wait to see that, we're going to watch Ian pull his opener at 270. And 2 to 1, that's a good lift. That right referee opting for the red light with a red infraction card, indicating that somewhere along the way he wasn't fully locked out. Should be able to clean that up for his next attempt. And our last opener of this flight is Kanad Graham, coming out for 272.5. That one was also very speedy, and he also gets 3 white lights. All right, so we're gonna get started. Go ahead.
This move may have more conventional pullers than servo pullers, and they're very explosive.
Yeah, it does. We have seen a lot of conventional pullers. Personally, I like to see that. I pull conventional. I just like watching people pull the way I do. So we're starting our second attempt. This is Alex coming out for 195. Honestly, that looked pretty identical to his opener. Not much of a change in speed there. So it'll be interesting to see what jump he takes for his third attempt there. Now we've got Timmy. He took a 20 kilo jump up to 195. That one also did not slow down at all from his opener. Our next lifter out is Brandon McPherson. He's going up to 237.5. And he was our lifter that was a little bit surprised by the speed of his opener and had that little bit of a wobble at the top. So I would expect this attempt to move just as smoothly, and hopefully he's able to control it a little bit better at lockout.
Good speed, very conservative attempt from Brandon.
Next.
Fail an opener like that off a technicality, it is always important to consider at least getting something on the board. So it's good that you went very conservative with it.
So we have Latane on the platform now for 240, also taking a 20 kilo jump. We're going to see some big jumps between attempts for this flight. This is our flight of heavier weight men. Also a very speedy attempt, 3 white lights for him. Got Andrew Kim coming out to the platform for 242.5. Swiping his feet off, making sure he's got good grip on the floor.
A little slow off the floor, but he sticks with it. See what the judges say.
Unfortunately, he was not fully locked out there. Our next lifter is Tommy, who's coming out to retake that 250 from his first attempt. Not really sure what happened there. He wasn't able to break the floor with it on that first attempt, but hopefully he's corrected whatever the issue was. And we'll see a successful pull this time.
Tommy appears to be letting the clock run.
Hopefully he's not injured. Might have just kind of run out of gas by the end of the day. But he is giving his fellow lifters a courtesy by letting the clock run out. He's giving everybody else an extra 60 seconds of rest time. So they are going to reset that bar to 257.5 for Ty.
Coming out with a 257.5.
A strong lockout from Ty. And he's rewarded with 3 white lights. Bar's now loaded to 265 kilos for Michael.
Coming up with a 265 kg pull.
Another very strong pull. And another set of 3 white lights. Our next lifter out will be Matt, attempting 270. Another very easy looking pull from Matt. Our next lifter out is going to be Christian, attempting 277.5. That's a 17.5 kilo jump. See what the judges say for Christian. 3 white lights. Our next lifter is going to be Ian, coming out for 285 kilos. strong pull from Ian. And that's 2-1, a good lift. With that one red light being, again, that red infraction card, which would be something about his lockout, probably his shoulders not fully pulled back. If I had to guess. Could also be his hips or his knees. This is why we have 3 referees that sit at 3 different positions on the platform so that they can see different things from those 3 different angles. Right now on this stream, we really only have that front angle. I've got a little bit of like a back side angle that I'm looking at as well. But it's not as good as the angles that the judges have. This is Tope attempting 287.5 kilos. That was barely any slower than his opener. That was a 22.5 kilo jump, so we'll see if he matches that for his 3rd attempt. And our final 2nd attempt of this flight and of the day is Kenan Graham, 287.5 as well.
Speedy.
That one also didn't look much different from his opener. All right, so we are starting our 3rd and final attempts. These are going to be our last deadlifts of the day. And first out is Alex with 205. Very solid 3rd attempt. And he gets 3 white lights, so he has gone 8 for 9 on the day, missing only his 3rd bench. That's a pretty good day. And our next lifter is Timmy, coming out for 212.5. And the judges give Timmy 3 white lights. All right, our next lifter out is Andrew Kim, coming out for 242.5. He's looking to retake that attempt that he missed on his 2nd, where he was not fully locked out. So let's see if he can clean that up a little bit. From here. And the judges agree. 3 white lights. And Andrew is 8 for 9 on the day. Our next attempt coming out is Brandon with 250. lights from the judges. So Brandon is also 8 for 9 today. And now we're going to see Ladane coming out for 252.5. We've got Evanescence in the back. Very speedy. Had to go to 10 from him, so Ladane has gone 9 for 9 today. Next up, we'll see Ty attempting 265. Ty is 8 for 9 on the day, or 8 for 8 on the day. Let's see if he can go 9 for 9 just like Ladane did. Unfortunately, that looked like just a little bit too much for Ty. He couldn't get it up past his knees. So he'll be 8 for 9 today. Still a pretty good day. Our next lifter is going to be Michael, coming out for 282.5. Very strong lockout for Michael. And he gets 3 white lights. So he is 9 for 9 on the day. Next out to the platform is Matt, who will also be attempting 282.5. Unfortunately, he did come out of position there at the top, and that bar came down, pulled him forward, and so he was not able to complete that lockout. So Matt will be 8 for 9 today. Next up, we'll see Christian coming out for 287.5. Unfortunately, a little too much for Christian today. He was not able to get too far off the floor there. But he did have a good rest of his day, so he is 8 for 9 as well. And next we're going to see Ian coming out to attempt 297.5. He does get the down command.
See what the judges say.
Unfortunately, he was not fully locked out, which I suspected might be the case looking at that back angle that we have that you guys are not seeing on the live stream.
It appears we have 3 lifters today gunning for that 300 kilo pole. Tope stepping up the platform. 300 kilos is a very big milestone for a lot of powerlifters. Let's see if Tope can show out.
That was another really, really fast pull by Tope. And he gets 3 white lights, so he will be 9 for 9 on the day. And he will finish just shy of a 700 kilo total.
Kanan with a 25 kilo jump. Seemingly just chipping Tope for the biggest pull of the meet.
15 kilos.
15 kilos?
Yeah.
My math is 4.
You know, guys,
Excuse my math.
we've been here for a long time. Math is hard. But this is still a pretty big jump. And it is our final attempt of the day, the final attempt of the entire meet.
Very explosive. Can he manage to hold on? He does. That looked undeniable to me.
And the judges agree, 3 white lights. So he will finish 8 for 9. All around a pretty solid session. That was our last lifter. We're gonna get ready for awards here. So your commentators are gonna sign off, but you will still be able to see awards if you stay with the stream. And on behalf of USA PL Virginia, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
That is a huge slice of pizza. Where did that come from?
Spotters got food.
What,
We
like,
did morning session too.
what's the place that you
Benny's.
Benny's, okay. Thank you.
So
The box. Yeah. I saw somebody walk by with the box. They're not selling pizza, that's just for them. Yeah, they worked very hard today. I didn't see you up there helping. You know, Lift Like Street.
So you can get pizza. Got it. Okay. Lift for pizza. What's the youngest they start at anyway? Okay. You got some time, kiddo. Start training with your own now.
All right, everybody.
Yeah, you can take them off. I took my my earplugs out too. I was wearing earplugs. These make the sound quieter. I can still hear, but it makes things quieter. Yeah. Nope. Javier, get off. Thanks for charming. Hey, baby, what did I tell you? You wouldn't even be worried about having a fan if you didn't see I had a fan. Hour and a half? I drove real slow. Going home.
All right, audience, lifters, listen up. We're going to start this session off for the awards. You guys can get out of here and hopefully get a dinner. To put it simply, as I said to the morning session, if you are a tried and true powerlifter, welcome to your new addiction. No one comes close to what Virginia is doing at these local level competitions. And it's only going to get better, meet after meet after meet. As I mentioned earlier, every lifter in this competition qualified for the Virginia Strength Series, which has a championship at the end of the year, 35K in cash prizes. We're going to start the awards now. But as you saw in this meet, we didn't give Christmas presents. We held lifters to a standard, and they did a whole lot better than this morning session. I'll give you that one. So at a Virginia competition, we have a little tradition. I have no idea where it started, even though I was at every one. But if you get a medal, you step onto the blocks, you got to strike a pose for the live stream audience before you can get down. Whether a bicep or whatever, I don't care what it is, but you're striking a pose. Kick it.
All right.
It wasn't doing that for me. Maybe your voice needs more bass. Yeah.
All right, we're going to start off here with men's raw junior 20 to 23, second place. Sorry, men's raw junior 20 to 23, 18.5 kilo. Second place, Jacob Gonzalez. And third place, Fairway Greenberg. Next up is men's raw junior 23 kilo weight class. Second place is Wayne Kurane. And first place is Xavier Waters.
weight is 2,300 kilo in grams. Men's Raw Junior 20 to 2,310 kilo weight class, Tim Obadina. Next is men's raw master 1A 40 to 44, 110 kilo weight class, Alex Moore. Next is men's raw master 2A 50 to 54, 90 kilo weight class, John Clifton. Next is men's raw mastery 3B 65 to 69, 90 kilo, Benedict Clements. Men's raw open 82.5 kilos, second place, now Walker. And first place, Manny Finney. Men's raw 90 kilo weight class, third place, David Jones. Second place, Anthony Enberg. And first place, Aaron Lamb. Front double bicep, fellas. Men's raw open 100 kilo weight class, third place, Brandon McPherson. Second place, Matt Martinez. And first place, Tope Alufa. Men's raw open 110 kilo weight class, third place, Alex Moore. Second place, Christian Streeter. And first place, Ty Washington. Second place, Ian Kelly. And first place, Michael Hill. Men's Raw Police Fire and Military 90 kilogram class. First place, David Jones. Men's Raw T2 16 to 17, 67.5 kilo weight class, Reed Clifton. Next we have men's Raw Team 3 18 to 19 kilo weight class, second place, Tanner Hardenberg. And first place, Benjamin Phillips. Men's Raw Master 2D 55 to 59 bench only category 90 kilo weight class, Stephen Jenkins. Men's Raw Master 2D 55 to 59 bench only 125 kilo weight class, Russell Barkley. And men's Raw Master 3A 60 to 64 bench only 110 kilo weight class, Neil Tress.
Yeah, the joints getting hurt when you get a little older. That's it? All right, that concludes our presentation. Hopefully this competition exceeded your expectations. I look forward to seeing you all again the next one. That's it. Everybody drive safe on the way home.
Okay. Well, yes.
I tried to
Oh, y'all can pick pictures outside? Okay. Lord, child.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, brother. Yes, sir. How you doing, baby?
Ella, you look jacked. You look swole.
Try to make you look tall. Second one. No shame in my game. That's what I'm saying. I told you I was 6 foot. Hey, you guys ready to go? Like, on the sun photo? Sure.
I don't care. I don't know.
Good work. I feel like crap. My back hurt out to the end, so I'm glad I was able to get that. Caught up with me. You gotta go. No,
Text me when you're on your way. I can do that. Remind me tomorrow.
Gabby, in normal looks, who are you? Wow, look at that sparkly belt. Look at her little country girl.
Really helpful being short enough that doesn't really. You said it's helpful being short enough that doesn't really.
It's my friend's birthday tonight.
Let me know. Let me know. If I gotta reach out to my boy Seabass, let me know.
Let me go double check. Let me see if I even got my stuff in my bag. Let me see where I put my shit. I'll be right back. Sorry, it's alright. I do not know if they come all the way from Fredericksburg. We're gonna use you to take pictures and then you're gonna take them with us.
Take one with my mom. Fortnite tonight?
I mean, priorities.
Yeah. What do I need to eat for?
There's somebody there and we.
Man, take a picture outside. Check it out.
No. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Javier, no. Gigi, so why don't you get Gigi's backpack? And I can take my own backpack. And get your headphones, please. They're trying to break down the chairs. Pardon me.
We got 15 minutes. Huh? Yeah, 15 minutes. We'll do it. We can still do it.
There's no way.
You don't have to pick up the GHD, you just kind of slide the foot out. Use the 2% rule.
You did remind me that we were standing yesterday to work. I slid my over to do something. Right here.
It's better when you put the banners down, you put them on the white side, or else you get the dirt on the blue side. Like rather than do one person per banner, it might make sense. Fold it in half one more time and fold it to third. Right here. Right here. Like I said before, when you put it down, put it on the white, not the blue. Now you just get the dirt on the blue.
Try to keep it nice, people. Saber doesn't like laundry.
Yes, very true.
Was it me or was this a long day? I feel like we're normally almost done by now.
Every flight was maxed out in 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, actually, the first